Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and dear participants. On behalf of the Hashim Center for Palestine Studies, University of Malaya, and the International Institute of Advanced Islamic Studies, IAIS, Malaysia, it's my honor to welcome you to the National Conference on Palestine Studies 2025. This gathering brings together scholars, advocates, researchers from around the world to explore Palestine history, the ongoing genocide, and the ongoing challenges and the future prospects. It's my honor to invite Puan Normah Hashim, founder and founder of the Hashim Center for Palestine Studies, University of Malaya, to deliver her welcoming remarks.
Okay. Right. Assalamu alaikum and good morning. Very warm welcome to our two-day conference from Nakba to Genocide. Thank you for being here, whether in person or joining us online, for our fourth annual conference on Palestine. The Nakba, or catastrophe, was not a single event, but the beginning of an unfolding story of displacement, erasure, and struggle for survival. Our conference title reflects this painful reality that what started off as forced expulsion has evolved into a genocide, something that one of our presenters described for tomorrow's presentation as from catastrophe to annihilation. We are honored to welcome at this year's conference two exceptional keynote speakers who illustrate this history from different but complementary angles. Firstly, we have Professor Masalha, a historian whose extensive work on Palestinian memory, settler colonialism, and the Nakba has reshaped global understanding of Palestine and has debunked Zionist and colonial narratives, restoring Palestinian historical narratives that have long been suppressed and denied. His book, Palestine, a 4,000-year history, documents 4,000 years of indigenous history of Palestine and its people. And the Hashim Center is honored to have arranged a translation of his book into Bahasa Malaysia, with the book being launched next Saturday, inshallah, by Professor Noor himself at the Selangor International Book Fair. His book. It's that book. Yeah. So this is the book, and you can get it here, and then over the next 2 days as well. We're equally honored to have here Dr. Ahmad Masood, acclaimed playwright and writer from Gaza. Through his storytelling, he brings to life the human experience behind the headlines. His creative works give expression to the emotional and psychological dimensions of living under siege, occupation, and constant threat. I first read his novel 10 years ago. It was called Vanished, The Mysterious Disappearance of Mustafa Uda. It was set in Gaza, about a boy searching for his missing father. And the setting of that book was in Jabalia camp. And we have here people from Jabalia camp. In fact, I went to visit a family earlier this week from there, and they told me that every house had been flattened. Nobody has a home anymore in Jabalia, so it's very tragic. Over the coming days, we will examine critical themes, the meaning of catastrophe and genocide, the legal dimensions of occupation and international accountability, the role of Western media in shaping global perception, and the ongoing struggle of Palestinians to assert their own narratives in the face of distortion and erasure. Our hope is that this conference will serve as a space for learning, solidarity, and collective responsibility, where scholarship meets activism. So thank you for joining us and welcome to the conference. So, assalamu alaikum.
Thank you so much, Ibn for your continuing support. Thank you so much, Ibn for your continuing support and visionary leadership. So, ladies and gentlemen, our first keynote speaker is a Prof. Masalha. a distinguished Palestinian scholar, historian, writer, and academic of SOAS, University of London. Prof. Normah Masalha is a prominent Palestinian scholar, academic, known for his extensive work on the history, politics, and theology of Palestine, with a focus on decolonizing history and critiques Zionism narrative. Prof. Normah Masalha was born in Galilee in Palestine. He holds BA from the University of Hebrew of Jerusalem and PhD from SOAS, University of London. He has held academic position at St. Mary University, London, and he is currently associated with the Center of Palestine Studies at SOAS University. Masalha is known for his dedication in Palestine history, and he is also the co-founder and editor-in-chief of the Journal of the Holy Land and Palestine Studies in UK. Prof. Masalha works to challenges established narrative of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict and highlights Palestinian perspectives. His research often explores the Palestinian Nakba, the genocide, the oral histories, Zionism, theology, ideology, and the concept of transfer of Palestinian. He has authored several books, influential books, including Expulsion of the Palestinians, the concept of transfer in Zionism political thought, the politics of denial, Israeli and the Palestinian refugee problems, 2023. Palestine, his latest book is Palestine, a 4,000-year history. Let's welcome Prof. Normah Masalha to give his keynote speech.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Normah and Mohammed. I think I'm kind of recovering from the jet lag, but last night I actually had a tummy problem, and I think combining the two is a bit unlucky. You know, having one thing is a thing, but having two things at the same time is a bit very unlucky. I had a long chat with Ahmed yesterday. Why I do want to actually begin with the question of genocide before I thank everybody. I said, Ahmed, how did you cope with what went through? He said he goes swimming in cold water in Hyde Park, in one place in Hyde Park. The way I coped with the genocide in the last 2 years, and this has been one of the most horrendous things for us Palestinians. Me as a historian working on 1948 was quite easy. I went into archives. I was kind of detached academic, if you like. I was looking for the truth. This was traumatic for me the last 2 years. Okay, can you hear me all? Or do I need to stick it here somewhere?
Exactly, yes. Thank you.
And I think, how did I cope personally with this trauma? It was really very traumatic for me. I mean, watching the news at 10:30 and trying to sleep and not being able to sleep, and then waking up early morning in order to find out how many people were killed last night. Hundreds and hundreds. It has been one of the most traumatic things. And I do want to highlight the question of trauma for us Palestinians. And I think our friends and supporters actually understand that. As one of the ways of coping for me with the worst things in living memory is actually meeting friends and colleagues and meeting you coming here. So I think it was a big part of that for me personally, trying to recover. So I went to Switzerland and I spoke there. And I mean, of course, we went on demonstrations in London repeatedly every week, and then every 2 weeks, and every 3 weeks. And this was part of our, I won't call it a healing process, but just to cope with things. We haven't experienced anything like that, my generation. My father went through the 1948 Nakba, and I had their stories. I heard it, I knew about it, I knew about atrocities, expulsion, rape of women, but I didn't experience it myself. I was born 10 years after the Nakba. And I think it's a completely different kind of, I know the genocide is one of the most televised things in modern history. I call it most televised genocide. By the way, the word genocide is still contested in Europe There's still a lot of denial of genocide. In the same way, we had a lot of denial of Nakba long before that. So let me make it absolutely clear. Those people who say atrocities were committed in Gaza, war crimes in Gaza were committed, and some liberal Israelis are saying that, B'Tselem, but they deny genocide. And I think insisting on the terminology is an incredibly important thing to insist on it. The way we Palestinians insisted on the word Nakba, as opposed to 1948 or the birth of Israel. I know new historians, I know my friend Ilan Pape came here, the Israeli new historians talked about the birth of Israel, this and that. But I think using the right terminology about 1948, and I think the theme of this conference is actually using the right terminology, whether it's Nakba or genocide, because in my opinion, if you deny genocide in Gaza, you are complicit to the genocide in Gaza. Let me make it absolutely clear. The British government is denying the genocide in Gaza. Liberal Israelis are still denying the genocide in Gaza. So we're still fighting in Europe about acknowledgement, despite the televised, despite that, even some of those people who say war crimes were committed in Gaza deny genocide. And I think the word genocide is the right term for us to use, and is the right discourse for us to use. And if some geezer in Europe telling you, no, there was no genocide, I tell them, look, you are complicit in that genocide. Let me make it absolutely clear from the beginning. So the question for me is how to contextualize this genocide in Gaza. There's a theory among liberal academics in Europe, in the West, that the genocide in Gaza is to do with the shift of Israeli politics to the right, and the extreme right, and the rise of settlers. And this happened after 1967. This is what I call the settler colonial theory post-1967, i.e. Zionism started as a good thing. It was liberal, it was socialist, it was Marxist. I think we actually mentioned yesterday at a meeting here about an Israeli Marxist Zionist. There is such a thing. In this idea that Zionism was a great idea and it was a liberal idea, it was corrupted by the shift. I think that theory is quite common in Europe, but in my view, it does not account for the genocide in Gaza. And the reason why it doesn't explain it, of course, Israel did shift to the right, and Netanyahu did shift to the right, and the settlers do play a big part of it. But you can't explain why all Israeli universities supported the genocide. You can't explain why most Israeli societies supported the genocide. Even some liberal Israelis actually supported this massive attack and what they call the elimination of Gaza. And I think you need to go back and you need to dig deeper and you need to look at the historical root. And I think Normah was right to point to that direction of looking to the historical roots of the genocide in Gaza. So I did publish a book. Mohammed did mention, I think Normah didn't mention, but I did. This is not in Malay, Normah. It was published 33 years ago, and it was based on primarily Israeli archival sources. I think Muhammad mentioned that I come from the Galilee. I know Hebrew fluently. I think you had Miku Pelid here, or you had Ilan Pape here. Some of my friends actually here who come from that sort of background. But for a Palestinian coming from the Galilee, many people actually don't realize there are Palestinians in the Galilee, in the Greenland. People think Palestine is actually the West Bank and Gaza. But Palestine is not just the West Bank and Gaza. West Bank and Gaza is just a small part of it. We Palestinians, as much Palestinian, as proud as Palestinian, as full Palestinian as anyone else. So some people even from within the PA say, oh, these are the Israeli Arabs. No, we are Palestinians. And I think knowing Hebrew was an advantage for me to go into Israeli archives roughly in 1988, 1989, when I went, after finishing my doctorate on Iraq, by the way, I didn't write it on Palestine, I went to Iraq. And I went into Israeli archives to look at what happened in 1948. The very few Palestinians at the time went through Israeli archives. And of course, most Palestinians don't have access to Israeli archives. Most Palestinians can't get into the Green Line area. And I was amazed. I was shocked by the mountains of documents we have about 1948, and the mountains of documents Israeli historians, Israeli new historians did not reveal or didn't want to reveal and wanted to censor. So this book was published in 1992, and it's about the early period of Zionism, this early period of Zionism, which people think that Zionism was a kind of liberal socialist idea. It was idealistic, it was building new society, utopian society. And I argue that the idea of transfer, the word transfer is a Zionist idea. The Zionists use the word transfer in English, but use the Hebrew word havara. It's a euphemism. It's a softening something which is, sometimes they describe it as expulsion, Gurush in Hebrew. Sometimes it is ethnic cleansing at its heart. There is no way, it's a euphemism for, but the Israelis like euphemism and prefer euphemism. And I think I was quite shocked by the extent of documents in Israeli archives, in Israeli Hebrew archives. At the time, these archives were open to historians. They're not open now, and some of the documents I looked at in the late 80s were classified by Netanyahu himself personally. He went around when he took over as a prime minister. He went around the country and he took all these documents and he classified them again. So they're not accessible to historians, but you find them here, and you don't find them in publications by Benny Morris or these so-called. And the idea for me trying to explain 1948, not just as a war, people talk about war in Gaza, but as really premeditated expulsion, as premeditated. And I do argue on the basis of documents that premeditation and the planning of transfer began in the mid-30s. What really happened with Zionism, with Herzl, if we study early Zionism, Herzl is the founder of the Zionist movement, European Zionist movement. He talks about transfer in his diaries, but he talks about a kind of gradual process, kind of gradually the Zionist settlers in Palestine will displace the Palestinians as they go along. There's a kind of gradual process of relocation, and he described it as a kind of a liberal, kind of almost benevolent kind of colonialism. We're doing favor to them. We are taking Arabs to Arabia. We are doing them some good. Let them go and live with their. But by the mid-30s, we're talking about 50 years before 1948, the Zionists realized they cannot create a Jewish state in Palestine if the Palestinians are the overwhelming majority. The settlement process, it created settlements in Palestine, but the settlements was too small. These Jewish settlements, kibbutzim and moshavim and cities, were too small in comparison to the Palestinian villages, which was large, vast, big thing. And even until 1948, the Palestinians were still a majority in the country, and their settlers were still in minority in the country, European settlers. I'm not talking about Arab Jews. So the idea of creating a Jewish state in Palestine could not happen. It couldn't work. It can't be viable. You can't do it without actually shifting the people. And I think that realization in the mid-30s, they realized a Jewish state in Palestine impossible. It was also impossible because the land ownership was vastly Palestinian land ownership. The Jewish settlers in Palestine until 1948, they had about 6% of the land. So how could you create a Jewish state in Palestine with a Jewish majority when the demography was against you, when the settlers were a minority, small minority, less than 1/3 of the population, and when the land was still owned by the Palestinians? And they decided the only way to do it is to expel. And I think they're beginning to talk about expulsion in Hebrew Girush. The top leader, Ben-Gurion, the head of the Jewish agency, begin to talk about expelling them. The only way to deal with the problem, the only way to create a Jewish state in Palestine, expulsion. So the expulsion was premeditated. And we can see the smoking gun. And the question of the smoking gun is important also when we think about Gaza and the smoking gun for the genocide in Gaza. And you have to think about these early days of the war on Gaza. You have to think about really October the 10th or 12th, when an Israeli ministry issues a plan to drive the Palestinians to El Arish. An Israeli ministry of intelligence, they call it itself, actually issued a plan on the 12th of October, 2023. And I think I've got kind of vivid memories of this plan. So the question of smoking gun about 1948, we've got it here. We've got it among some new documents. Since the publication of this book in 1992, 33 years ago, even more documents came into the fore. And also we have Palestinian oral history, which we've done quite a lot. And we began to do this oral history a bit later than it should have been done. It was done a bit in the 80s and a bit in the 90s, but exploded much later. In fact, if you look at some of my books are about Palestinian oral history. So don't actually say we are just looking at colonial archives. The British archive, which I also looked at in 1948, about 1914, these are colonial archives. The question for us as historians, do we rely on colonial archives or do we have our also indigenous sources? And I think to some extent, after publishing this book, I had to do this book based on Israeli archives because I was looking at their own intention and premeditation, and the theme was about it. But after that, it was also liberating for me to publish a number of books on Palestinian oral history, because this is what I had from the refugees themselves. We interviewed women. I supervised PhD students who actually interviewed women in Jordan, in Lebanon, Palestinian refugee women. But I think Palestinian oral history gave me new ideas, a new dimension, and it was the experience of the Palestinians in 1948. It was slightly more liberating for me. I mean, here I try to be an academic and scholarly, but looking at the Palestinian oral history, and also we discovered from the Palestinian oral history of 1948 that there were a large number of massacres in 1948. And this is an important part of the history of 1948. It wasn't possible for Palestinians to evacuate or flee or this or that without these large atrocities. I mean, people talk about Deir Yassin as a very famous, but we discovered also dozens and dozens of atrocities, dozens of mass killings. Every time they occupied a village, they executed male people. Again, I mean, give you some of the threads from Nakba to genocide, this idea of genocide. When I worked on 1948, I was slightly hesitant to use the word genocide about 1948, but I did use it in terms of cultural genocide. There was almost systematic elimination of Palestinian names in 1948. Toponymy, for instance, I looked at the way toponymy, the Hebraizing of names, the way culture, the way books were stolen, looting of books in 1948. You know, the Israelis came up with this idea that it's a land without a people, for a people without a land. But it also came up with this idea, it's a land without literacy, without culture, without learning. So in order to do that, in order to achieve that, they had to loot all these tens of thousands of Palestinian books, libraries, personal libraries, families. We have dozens and dozens of families in Jerusalem who had personal libraries and family libraries, very famous libraries. Muslims historically created libraries. I mean, this was part of learning in Islam. Allama al-insana bil-qalam. You know, learning was a big part of our culture in Islam and even before Islam. And the looting was mass looting. And I think by the way, most of these books were, some of them were textbooks taught at Palestinian schools and colleges. I mean, this idea trying to not just eliminate villages and towns, but eliminate the idea that in Palestine was a civilization. It was learning. It was cities of learning, cities of culture, with textbooks, with history, and I think the Israelis tried to do it almost systematically in 1948. And this idea of almost systematic destruction of Gaza, the targeting universities of Gaza, is it 12 universities in Gaza? Perhaps there were slightly more colleges in Gaza. All of them were hit almost initially. The hospitals were hit initially. The massacre of Rifat al-Arir and his 28 members' family, it was early on, if you remember, it was November 2023. That systematic. I mean, you know, this idea that they were targeting Hamas was completely nonsensical. They were targeting infrastructure. They were targeting universities. The Palestinians in Gaza are among the most educated Palestinians in the world, partly because they are refugees, by the way, 85% of them refugees. And there was a revolution under UNRWA of education. Education was the only way to recover, to do. So the Israelis knew that Gaza is packed with knowledge, packed with history. Also, Gaza is one of the most, in antiquity, was one of the most places developed in Palestine, i.e. Gaza is packed with archaeology, packed with pottery. It was packed with monastery, Palestinian monastery, Christian monastery actually started in Gaza and then spread. Gaza, one of the most archaeological places in Palestine and throughout the Middle East. And the Israelis were systematically targeting museums. Maybe Ahmed probably knows more about it and he might elaborate more on it. So I think that idea of systematic erasure of Palestine in 1948, almost deletion of Palestine. I say that because the British also were complicit in that. And the role of the British from Balfour to the Nakba was a big part of it. And we mustn't, because I live in Britain, I know when I arrived in London in the early 80s, no one mentioned the word Palestine. The British tried to forget about Palestine. It's like it didn't exist. But the British were complicit. And I still think the British government is also complicit. The British government denies genocide, by the way. Now, so I'm kind of trying to have a rounded picture about how do we link the threads between the Nakba and the intention to commit genocide in Gaza. And we know early on, Netanyahu started to use kind of biblical bits and pieces of fighting the Amalekites, elimination of the Amalekites, this idea that the indigenous people of Palestine can be wiped out. And he gave a number of speeches in Hebrew early on in November 2023 to the Israeli army about elimination, about no discrimination between civilians and of course the Israelis also started to spread this propaganda that the people of Gaza are Nazis. But I think the thesis we need to apply to Zionism is not just this idea of the shift from left-wing Zionism to right-wing Zionism, but the idea of settler colonialism. And here I want to make a distinction between colonialism and settler colonialism, because I think Malaysia did experience colonialism, but maybe did not experience white people moving into Malaysia. And India experienced also British colonialism, but places like Kenya, South Africa also experienced settler colonialism. And I think settler colonialism is far more vicious than colonialism. Donnie, coming from New Zealand, I'm not going to encroach on your territory. And but I think settler colonialism is about elimination. It's really about eliminating the natives, and especially if the natives are a majority indigenous, and especially if the natives are so rooted in the land. While colonialism, it was about exploitation. I mean, here they came for the rubber, and you can teach me about Malaysia. The British wanted the rubber of Malaysia, isn't it? The tin and rubber, yeah, that sort of thing. It's really, I mean, India was the East India Company, exploiting India, and then the British government moved. So I think the big difference we make theoretically distinguishing between colonialism and settler colonialism is important, because we Palestinians also keep talking about colonialism. And I think settler colonialism is something specific and unique. And this is also, it's eliminationist. It's about eliminating the native, not exploiting them. That's one distinction. Another distinction is what I called righteous settler colonialism, i.e. Zionist settler colonialism is righteous, i.e. they carry out massacres, but also they cry. They shout anti-Semitism. There's an expression in Hebrew, I don't know whether you know Hebrew or you've heard about it, it's about shooting and crying. Yurim v'buchim in Hebrew. The Zionists shoot and carry out massacres and cry anti-Semitism. I.e. they are righteous colonialists. They're not just denying genocide. They think they are doing something good. It's one of the most obnoxious people on earth. I think they're Zionist settlers. I'm not talking about Jews, by the way. I want to make clear distinction between Judaism and Zionism. And we keep saying that, we keep saying our problem is not with Jews. Jews lived among us for centuries. I even argue in one of my books, in this book, translated into Malay now, so you've got the chance to read in Malay, I argue that Jews, Christian, and Muslims, until the arrival of Zionism, were Palestinians. They were living among us, they speak Arabic, they call themselves Arab Jews. We had no problems with them. There was no conflict. I mean, Trump, with his nonsensical ideas about 3,000-year conflict, he's sorting out 3,000-year nonsensical thing in his mind. There was no 3,000-year conflict. The conflict is about 100 years. So Jews who lived among us, there was no conflict between Jews and Muslims. The only conflict we had in Palestine was with European crusaders. That's 1,000 years ago. Jews lived in Palestine throughout the Middle East peacefully with Muslims. It was co-living together. They spoke Arabic and they called their Torah, they call it Mus'haf. When you look at the history of these Jewish communities, you know what's Mus'haf in Arabic? It's the Quran. They call their book, holy book, Mus'haf. They use our own terminology for our sacred texts and sacred history. These people were completely Arabized. They had, I mean, you know, European Zionism, settler, it was completely European national racialized idea, nothing to do with Jews and Muslims. We had no problem with Jews, actually. When we interviewed refugees about 1948, they told us, you know, these were Awlad al-Arab, Jews of the Arabs, sons of the Arabs, Jews, the sons of the Arabs. For them, they were Arab Jews. It's these European Jews, actually, we have Zionist Jews, Zionism. So that distinction between Zionism and Judaism, we need to keep it clear, and we don't have a problem with Jews as such. And I think some of our supporters also in the solidarity movement globally, I don't know how much time I've got, but I try not to read because I think reading actually takes much more time than speaking. So the question is for us, because we know so much about the genocide in Gaza, it was televised, it was documented. I think the question is, again, to not just to highlight the atrocities and not just to highlight the war crimes. I think the International Criminal Court actually talked about war crimes, emphasized war crimes, and there was an arrest warrant for Netanyahu for war crimes, or crimes against humanity. It's another kind of expression, actually, and that's what, yeah, but I think the term genocide is, and the fighting against denial of genocide. So the question for us, to try to maybe kind of round the debate about how things are changing with us and how this genocidal war on Gaza also changed the world. I think the world has changed and is changing, and our situation in Palestine is so tough and is so difficult and is so painful, and I think we all feel the suffering, and the pressure on Palestinians in Palestine are still enormous. But I think globally things got better for us. There are hundreds of thousands, the millions of people actually who are marching with us or march with us. It's very difficult to reverse it. It's important for us as activists, academics, and also as witnesses. By the way, the idea of witnesses is important for us academics, because I think Edward Said talked about being an engaged academic, and one of those admirers of Edward Said. We need to be activist academic, engaged academics. But I want to introduce another idea of being us as witnesses. It's a liberating idea. Perhaps it comes from liberation theology. We are also witnesses. And by being witnesses, we share the suffering of people in Gaza. We share the part of being there for them. And I know a lot of Palestinians actually, we meet a lot of Palestinians from Gaza for the first time in London, people who went through that horrendous crime. And us being solidarity people, being activists, being organizers, being people who were in the forefront of these mass demonstrations, and I don't presume in Malaysia was it predominantly pro-Palestinian. I assume Britain was a different kind of beast. Britain was pro-Zionist, Britain was presided on the destruction of Palestine. But British society changed almost dramatically throughout these last 2 years in terms of solidarity. And it's important for us to build on that kind of international movement and to see it part of the future, to see it part of the light at the end of the tunnel. I know some Palestinians say, where do we start with the destruction of Gaza? Where do we start? There's the yellow line now. Never heard about yellow lines in Gaza. The Israelis, having given up on this idea of getting rid of the Palestinians in Gaza, the Trump nonsensical plan is another form of colonialism. Some people actually refer to it. How do you discover optimism? How do you discover this hope? Where does this hope come from when you are in the middle of that nightmare? And it's important to think about Palestinian resistance, how Palestinians are incredibly resilient people. And it's another lesson we need to learn from Palestine and Palestinians. That resilience, we find it from within, call it resistance. And I actually think the international solidarity movement is a kind of resistance movement of sort. And the two things coexist together. Palestinian resisting is important to our global solidarity movement. And the global solidarity movement gives also hope to Palestinians inside Palestine that things are very tough, that it's difficult to see light at the end of the tunnel. But in fact, the two things are essential for each other. So we need to think in that direction of both resistance and global solidarity working hand in hand. I know Palestinian policy is a bit messy policy. The division between the PA and Hamas is horrendous for me. It's a big mistake. It's not helping us. It doesn't help us. It does weaken us. And the Palestinians need to discover their leadership. But I think we've got a lot of energy coming out of the younger generation Palestinians, that activism, that they've been in the forefront of things. Ahmed, so what was happening in London, a lot of Palestinians were in the forefront of things. So, my generation is about writing maybe histories, about maybe communicating the future heritage, but our younger people are in the forefront. And I think we've got an enormous amount of Palestinian energy coming out from within and from diaspora communities, especially for us Palestinians living in the diaspora. It's a big part of us to see that it's not just about people living in Palestine, but people actually in the diaspora, in the Shatat, play a big part in our recovery and a big part in our international solidarity movement. So I do see this conference as a part of that global thing which is happening. And, some of my Palestinian friends, say we change the world. I'm hoping for change for the better. Of course, we are here also to learn from you and to learn how researchers look at different aspects of the genocide in Gaza. And I think I didn't want to contextualize things too much, but I'm going to stop here and to thank you for being good listeners. And thank you so much. Are you taking questions now, or do you want to leave it till later?
We have 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I have a couple of questions. One is about terminology. You said it's important to
Sign the deck.
terminology.
Mm-hmm.
I guess you have to name this because the terminology refers to the correct understanding of the situation, right?
That's right. Yeah.
Because the concept, not just the term, but the conceptualization of what is happening. Okay, so along those lines, and of course you talked about Nakba, genocide as the right terms. Along those lines, and this is relating to what we discussed last night, is occupation the right term? Right? Because it's even used by the pro-Israeli, pro Palestinian media, And for example, they refer to occupied West Bank, occupied Gaza. So that's one issue. And related to that, Israel proper is never referred to as neither occupied nor colonized, right? When actually Israel itself, the state of Israel, is a colonial state, is a colonized land, as much as Puerto Rico is or the Falkland Islands are, right? So that's one question about the term occupation. The other one, just I guess it's a comment on colonialism. Colonialism versus settler colonialism. From our perspective here in Malaysia, in terms of our historical experience, we would make a distinction between colonial. We wouldn't say colonialism. We would talk about various types of colonialism. So you've got settler colonialism. Our kind of colonialism is really exploitation colonialism. And there are two varieties of it. One is plantation colonialism, where you establish plantation, and the other one is where you extract minerals, nickel, gold, tin, and so on. And then you have semi-colonialism, you have internal colonialism. And my question to you in this regard is settler colonialism the only kind of colonialism going on in Palestine? Or are there, for example, for many years, Gaza was not settled for the last 20 years, right? But controlled, nevertheless. Yeah. So, how do we understand, settler colonialism in that context? Clearly, the West Bank is being settled, and Israel proper is already settled completely, and taken over. So, these are my
questions. I mean, these are important questions for us because it's part of the kind of international discourse or international terminology about Palestine. I mean, people use the word occupation as a kind of temporary measure because people think occupation can actually end easily. It's about ending the occupation. And one of our slogans in the West was ending the occupation. Free Palestine, end the occupation, and there's that. But of course, in reality, we know that Zionist settler colonialism is much more deeper, much more vicious, much more enduring, much more. It's the distinction you made between Gaza and the West Bank is quite interesting because it's also based on this idea, Zionist idea, that it's about maximum land, minimum Arabs. And I think when the Zionists occupied the West Bank and Gaza in 1967, they thought that Gaza is full of refugees, we can shift these refugees to El Arish. And the Israelis established colonies in Gaza, by the way, in the south of Gaza, Rafah, that area of Rafah. And these settlers communities actually were about 7,000, as opposed to almost 2 million Palestinians now. You can see this idea of maximum land, minimum Arabs, it didn't work for them, i.e., you cannot annex Gaza and having 2 million Palestinians. This was a you see, Zionist settler colonialism also have his particularism, i.e., when we talk about colonialism, we know it's a term, it's a concept, but there's that particularism, there's something specific about French colonialism, British colonialism. British colonialism in America also had a slightly different. So I think settler colonialism also had particular kind of things, like South African settler colonialism was a particular thing. And the Zionists said, any area we colonize effectively by settling there, creating facts on the ground, in Hebrew, if you create facts on the ground, like settler facts on the ground, and if these settler facts on the ground grow and become bigger and bigger, and in the West Bank, the settler colonial population is about 750,000 now. In Gaza, it remains small. If you compare it to the Rafah settlements in Gaza, it's about 7,000 maximum of the time. They actually failed completely. If we look at the early a history of the occupation of the West Bank and Gaza, and Alon plan. Alon thought you can actually annex Gaza by shifting the population to Al-Arish. And after 1967, the Israelis also initiated a program of trying to encourage Palestinian refugees from Gaza to go to Latin America. And a few hundred people, actually, I wrote about it, a couple of articles, and the Israelis failed in Gaza to colonize Gaza. Gaza was small area, small piece of land with so many Palestinians and so many Palestinian refugees. And the demography of Gaza, the birth rate of Gaza, Gaza grew phenomenally because the birth rate among the Palestinians was almost huge. So the Israelis actually failed completely, and this explained the idea of withdrawing from Gaza in 2007 by 2006, actually, by Sharon himself. When Sharon withdrew from Gaza, he instructed the Israelis to intensify the colonization of the West Bank. I.e., again, this idea, did I call it maximum land, minimum Arabs? Maximum land for Israel, i.e., the Israeli settler colony will expand maximum, but also will try to make sure that Arabs are minimum within that Jewish state. By annexing Gaza, it would have transformed Israel. You add another 2 million Palestinians. By getting rid of Gaza, for them, it was getting rid of Gaza in 1992. You get rid of small territory, and you're getting rid of 2 million Palestinians. You see, it didn't stop them from colonizing the West Bank. In fact, the Israelis intensified the colonization of the West Bank after the Oslo Accord. Again, the Palestinians were talking about Oslo, peace process. We are in peace now with the Israelis. There is a Palestinian state in the making. And the Israelis were doubling and quadrupling their populations in the West Bank. There was no contradiction between leaving Gaza in 2006 for them. I'll come to the question of discourse and terms and definitions. I haven't forgotten about it, but I just want to, explain this idea of ending the occupation, because we Palestinians talk about ending the occupation. The Israelis don't see it as an occupation. The Israelis talk about liberation. Israeli lobbies in the West talk about, we inherited Palestine from the river to the sea. The Israelis talk about Israel from the river to the sea, by the way. There is no green line. For them, they have wiped out the green line. They talk about the yellow line, Gaza now. But there is no green line between the West Bank and Israel. Israel treat these settlers in the West Bank according to Israeli civilian law. This is Israel for them. The world talks about ending the occupation, but the world is not doing enough to end the occupation. The world is recognizing the state of Palestine, but the world, the West, Australia, I don't know, New Zealand probably didn't. You see, Don, I will always keep referring to New Zealand. Britain is doing nothing to pressurize Israel, to end the occupation. So the ending the occupation, it doesn't explain things for us academics and for people who know about the realities of Palestine and the fact that Netanyahu see Israel from the river to the sea. Zionist settler colonialism in the West Bank is one of the most vicious, one of the most, the settlers are increasing their attacks on Palestinians phenomenally in the last 3 years. Even in the run-up to the 7th of October, hundreds of Palestinians were killed in the West Bank. This is part of the contextualization of the 7th of October, if you like. I went to the context of the Nakba 1948. But we need to contextualize what's going on. Again, Palestinians are confused about how Israel came out of Gaza, but intensify, quadrupling their settler population on the West Bank, and treated the West Bank as almost as a settler colony. That's an important thing. So the world can keep talking about ending the occupation. In fact, the occupation is not ending. And it's not ending in Gaza, by the way. And it's one. I think it's part of our discourse. Although we are both activists, we are talking about among activists and academics. Some people on these big demonstrations, they still talk about ending occupation, but we talk about ending Zionism, ending settler colonialism, ending all sorts of things. So I think and in some of the slogans was from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. You see. I mean, I think the international solidarity movement getting the message, Farid, my friend, is getting message and knowing and learning more about it. But the countries, states, the UN is still talking about ending the occupation. The trouble about talking about when the occupation is not ending and the Israelis are entrenching their so-called occupation and the Palestinian Authority is burying its head in the sand and that sort of thing, behaving like ostriches. We saw ostriches in your great bird sanctuary. It's extraordinary. But I think for us as academics, as activists, as people, we need to teach, we need to educate, we need the right discourse. And this is when we do need facts. We need to look at the facts of 1948. We need to look at the facts of the Nadia genocide. We need to argue for facts. We need to show, we need to show the self-evidence of genocide and the facts, but we need to frame these things. And I think these kind of, the discourse, the fight for discourse, and some people call fight for narrative, this kind, I think it is about fight for discourse, having the right discourse as academics, as progressive academics, as activists is important for us. Language is important for us. We want to change the language. Yesterday we talked about Eurocentrism. We want to change that thing. So part of our way of educating or re-educating is to change the language about Palestine. Also to argue that Palestine has been subject to settler colonialism in the 21st century when the West talks about post-colonialism. Where is the post-colonialism in Palestine, my friends? Why is this hypocrisy? Why is this denial? This is part of that denial. And I think it's quite extraordinary that we in Palestine are subjected to settler colonialism while, European universities have literature departments talk about post-colonialism. And I said to my friend, look, my friend, where is the post-colonialism? Where is these new Israeli historians? Where is the decolonizer? So it's another word actually we need to introduce into academic discourse. And people think it's just a political discourse. This is part of the academic discourse when we talk about decolonization. It's about decolonizing the mind. It's not just colonizing the land. The Israelis are colonizing the mind. The mind, I mean, this kind of biblical narrative, biblical Orientalism. This idea that this was the land of the Bible. In my books, 4,000 years, there's another book which is 7,000 years. It's about nothing to do with the biblical story. Palestine has an independent history. And I think this is part of learning and education. Sometimes we need to unlearn things in order to re-educate people and decolonize. You decolonize language, by the way. This is part of the whole thing about us, actually. We say we're not neutral. We are engaged. We are on the side of the oppressed. We are on the side of the victims, and this idea of teaching the history of modern Palestine and the history of the so-called conflict from the perspective of the victims. This is another thing we need to do that. Otherwise, if you create the victim and the victimizers, you basically are also complicit. This idea there is a symmetry between Israel and the Palestinians. And you see it in the media, this kind of symmetry, the BBC. So I'll stop here. I'm sorry, I couldn't do everything. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Prof.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Mohammed. Sure. All right.
Thank you so much, Professor Noor, for your insightful and thought-provoking speech. It was really awesome. So now we start with our sessions. We begin with session 1 under the theme of media, narrative, and ideological power. Our first presenter is Dr. Muhammad Alaqqad with his first presentation. On Palestine and the politics of genocide from Nakba to the failure of international accountability. Okay. So, Assalamu alaikum once again, everyone. Today, I'm going to present myself as a moderator and the presenter at the same time. So, this topic is about, as you can see, it's about Palestine and the politics of genocide. So, from Nakba to the failure of international accountability and international community as well. Sorry, but okay. I think I need to change because it cannot move the slides from here. It's like just froze. Yeah. Yes, I think I need to share screen better. No. Is it? Okay. Sure. Okay. Yes. Sorry for interruption. As you can see here, the enduring legacy of settler colonialism and settler colonial violence in Palestine and in the world. So the history of Palestinian struggle from 48, from Nakba, and to the ongoing genocide and the ongoing crisis in Gaza illustrate the persistence of the settler colonial domination under the condition of international law. And we can see that the huge number of atrocities, daily bombing, daily killing in the Palestinian land, and whether in Gaza Strip and also in the West Bank for the past 2 years. If we want to look to the real history, actually it says 48, not 2 years. So because some people, they are considering it the word or the war of Israel against Palestinians start just because of Hamas invasion in 2023, which this is not true. So the real problem has started since the Nakba 77 years ago. So despite the successive United Nations resolution, and so many resolutions have been issued against Israel and against the colonization of Palestine, still there is no accountability up to date. So more than 42 United Nations resolution has enacted against Israel, but nothing has been happened. So despite the successive United Nations resolution and the decades of diplomatic engagement, Palestine continues to endure systematic displacement, siege, and political erosion. So the Palestinian struggle reveals that the struggle collapses of international accountability mechanism. In terms of genocide discourse, we can see this will be examining the selective application of genocide and accountability in Palestine. This is the paper we will be highlighting about examining and studying the United Nations resolution against Israel that issued in the past 77 years, not only in the past 2 years. In terms of global complicity, analyzing arms transfer, veto politics, and colonization of narrative. In terms of Palestinian testimonies, we are going to what we call foregrounding the Palestinian narrative and the critical counter narrative to political silencing of the Palestinians. So here we can see the Palestinian refugees during the 48 Nakba. So this was the real photo and the real situation before 77 years. So the foundational event of the current genocide, actually, the Nakba marks the beginning of the systematic displacement, systematic annihilation, and the ongoing Palestinian struggle. In terms of mass destruction, we can see over 750 Palestinians displaced from their homes and from their villages in 48. And the contribution of displacement is still up to date. 50,000, yes. And up to date, like last few weeks, we have been witnessing, all of us, I can see, that when they displaced a few hundred of the Palestinians from Gaza secretively and sending them to South Africa without any stamp on the passport or without anything, because this is considered a kind of migration for them. They will never be able to come out. There is no any evidence. There is no passport. There is no stamp. There is nothing with them. So the displacement is still up to date. Yeah, we are here. So in terms of the collapse of international accountability, we can see most of the United Nations resolutions are actually empty resolution. It doesn't deserve the ink on the paper. 45 United Nations resolution without any enforcement, nothing. The erosion of governance, the structural collapse of a global accountability mechanism. We can see most of the European countries actually, they are fueling the current genocide. They are supporting it in terms of the government, but in terms of the population, yes, we can see a huge widespread awareness become increasingly pro-Palestine. This is very clear. But in terms of the governments, they are actually fueling the current genocide in Gaza. Legal framework failure, we have a huge legal failure in terms of the global framework and the inability to enforce international law, international impunity, persistence of settler colonial domination. Most of the Western countries, and unfortunately also some of the Islamic countries, Muslim Arab countries, they are fueling the current genocide, and they are considering Israel as an impunity state. They can't touch, they can't do anything with it. But when they want to speak or when they want to act a kind of force, they acted on the Palestinian. They acted on the Palestinian, whether on the Hamas or on the Palestinian fighters, to leave or to surrender their weapons or to leave Gaza. But in terms of Israel, it's impunity state. No one can speak about it. So 3 critical objectives for my presentation, which is selective application in terms of selecting the action and selective of the application for the examining how discourse of genocide and accountability are selectively applied in the Palestinian case, revealing double standard in the international law. A global complicity, analyzing the complicity of global powers through arms transfer, veto politics, and scrutинization narrative that enable the current genocide and fueling it. Encounter narrative, foregrounding Palestinian testimonies as a critical encounter narrative to political silencing and erosion in the international law. So I won't go deeply on the methodology, because the methodology is discussing the discourse analysis, documentation reviews, and Palestinian testimony, considering also a comparative framework between the Middle East and between the Western Union. Architecture of impunity. So as we see, these are the 3 main pillars of the current genocide in Gaza. These are the 3 main factors that help and fuel the current genocide to continue. Without these factors, the 3 factors, Israel would collapse from day one. Veto politics, systematic use of Security Council vetoes to shield violation from accountability, undermining the legitimacy of international institutions. Arms transfer, continued military and financial support from Western powers that enable the perpetuation of violence and occupation, scrutinization narrative, framing Palestinian resistance as a terrorism while legitimizing state violence as self-defense, inverting victims and perpetrators. For example, we have a very clear example, I quote myself from many of the Western media, when they speak about the Israelis who captured by Hamas, they called the Israeli hostages. But about the Palestinian, no, the Palestinian, they are actually not hostages. They are considered Palestinian fighters or terrorists, the Palestinian terrorists. But in terms of the Israeli, they are hostages. Like, they are military soldiers. They are soldiers coming to kill Palestinians. How come you call them captives? They are not captive, and they are not actually hostages anymore. So a global power complicity in terms of arms transfer, $3.8 billion annual military aid to Israel, advanced weaponry technology transfer, joint military exercise and training, veto politics, 50+ United Nations and US vetoes at United Nations Council, blocking resolution, condemnation violation, preventing accountability mechanism, scrutinizing narrative, justifying occupation as security, media framing that dehumanize Palestinians, terrorism rhetoric to suppress resistance of the Palestinian, economic and diplomatic support. So this also focuses on the trade agreement that favoring Israeli interests, protesting and protecting Israel from ICC investigations, maintaining the status quo through diplomatic pressure. So the findings of our manuscript, our paper, revealed that Palestine demonstration, not only the continuation of the current genocide and the practices since 1948, but also systematic erosion of a global governance structure that claims to safeguard the human right in Palestine. So this continuity exposes the selective application of international law and United Nations, also the weaponization of humanitarian discourse. So the silencing of Palestinian voices, which is very, very important, we can see during the past 2 years, and actually more than 50 years back, we can see most of the Western media actually trying to silence the Palestinian narrative by filtering the Palestinian media or filtering even the Palestinian content on social media. Palestinian testimonies serve as a critical counter-narrative to political silencing, challenging dominant narrative that enrich live or lived experience of violence, displacement, and resistance. So in terms of Palestinian testimonies as counter-narrative, so a challenging dominant narrative, we can see here Palestinian elders sharing the stories with young generation, first-hand accounts, counter-political silencing. Our stories are evidence that cannot be erased, preserving collective memory across generation, documenting experience of displacement and loss, capturing Palestinian voices, essential for discussion of self-determination among Palestinians, revealing a human impact of policies and violence. Beyond failed legal framework, we have the decolonial approach, moving beyond Western-centric framework that have historically failed to address settler colonial context, grassroots solidarity, building a transnational movement that centered Palestine's self-determination and the challenge state impunity, which consider one of the most factors we can see nowadays is the global solidarity movement around the world. Enforceable accountability, developing mechanism with genuine enforcement capacity, including sanction and diplomatic consequences. Reframing Palestine within a global justice. This research emphasized the urgent need to transcend failure legal frameworks through decolonial approach, grassroots solidarity movement, and genuine enforceable accountability mechanism. Palestine must be reframed within broader struggle for global justice, not as an isolated case, but as a test of international community commitment to human rights, self-determination, and the rule of the law. So the question here is not whether international law applies to Palestine, but whether the international community possesses the political will to enforce it. Thank you so much. Our next presenter, Mr. Don Carson from New Zealand, Western Journalism, Prospects of Gaza. Yes.
Push the pad, look at through. Well, thank you for the opportunity to speak here. I'm going to break with my own tradition that I've never written a speech since I was at school. And I thought with 10 minutes and the topic to make sure I organised what I was talking about and pseudo-academe construction, that I should write something down. But I've realised another difficulty is that I change my mind from day to day, and what I thought this was appropriate for today, I won't think it's appropriate for tomorrow, and the same as yesterday. And really my thoughts, as I guess many here have had, oscillating between huge optimism about what's happened and the understanding now in the Western world, and a pessimism that comes in an overwhelming crunch when you read what Security Council Resolution 2803 actually had and meant. I'd like to start off, of course, on genocide and what it's about and what it's meant, because our news media invariably refuse to use the word. They will say the government says what the Israelis done has been disproportionate. We complain about genocide and they say, well, the ICJ has yet to finally conclude. So once the story's gone away, quite out of their way to accurately report what our government said, but not what is actually happening. Because the way these phrases, and there's been discussion already, of course, on this, the formulation, the definition is crucial for the understanding. The way the news media present reconciles and mirrors and reverses what the governments are saying. So that's the way it works. I mean, and to throw in a bit of the history, the William Howard Russell reports in the London Times of the war in the Crimea and the atrocities there and the incompetence of the British government brought down the Lord Aberdeen administration. And Woodward and Bernstein were a more recent example of how US President Nixon was brought down. So that concludes that the Western news agencies could have ended the war in Gaza. They could have ended the genocide. They've not chosen to do so, and that is an utter disgrace. Obviously, there are senior journalists and their managers with a fixed Zionist worldview. Their bias shapes the reports which the viewers, listeners, and readers get delivered. Now, there's been excellent forensic analysis of this bias, especially around the BBC, guys like Rifat Jawad, Karishma Patel, Loki, and others. And if you saw the Zateo last week, Mehdi Hassan and Owen Jones eviscerating the BBC coverage over the past 2 years. There was the recent analysis of 35,000 BBC items, so we can do this forensic sort of stuff now. 11 times more Israeli perspectives reported than Palestinian. A motive language favoured the Israeli narrative 70% of the time, and so forth. What I'm trying to get to, though, despite the subjective analysis, the Michael Prescott memorandum, which ended the careers of 2 top BBC staff, still was able to plausibly claim the BBC was biased against Israel. We know objectively and forensically that is not the case, but somebody can put up a report saying it's the opposite and get away with it and still expect to be believed. Now, so my interest here, and just skimming over the surface in 10 minutes, is how this can actually take place. Now, I've listed 9 approaches, facts, talking points, whatever. Tomorrow it'll be 10, because I've just realised that October 7th as a label in itself, I didn't include in the list. I will tomorrow. First was the ancient birthright. What could be a stronger claim for nationality in need of respect and defence, the one which goes back millennia? The paradox, as Alan Pape put it, that the Israelis who don't believe there is a God, claiming that the very same God they don't believe into, gave Israel the Jews and took it away from the Palestinians. Second, the Holocaust. Now, it's not invoked that often, but it's an omnipresent background hum to all of the narration. I went to a suburban bookshop in Wellington before I left. I counted 12 titles about the Holocaust. You know, the horse of Buchenwald, the tattooist of Auschwitz. It goes on and on and on, and shapes understanding, though not in part of our conventional mainstream. And importantly, there was not a single title about Arab history or Arab life or culture, not one. Third, Israel's a nation state. This relates directly to the media narrative. Journalists are obligated to quote prime ministers and presidents before they feel obligated to quote men down tunnels under Gaza. That's one of the fundamental ways that they operate. Inverse, of course, the Israeli officials then can call anyone who resists terrorists who carry out murder. They're not carrying out legitimate violence on behalf of a nation state. Israel is. That's really deep and fundamental in a perspective. For the Western media, this is also hugely important. Israel is like us. Their news is our news. We're meant to feel their pain. We click on our stories and sell, of course, advertising to viewers. That's also important. So you deliver what your viewers want to consume so you can deliver the advertisers to them. And then you look, you look, Netanyahu is the first Israel-born Israeli prime minister, first ever. Spent his youth in the United States. He's indistinguishable from any other American politician. 2 states in the US have fewer Americans living there than there are Americans living in Israel. Presented Israel as the 6th borough of New York City. Another one, balance and attribution. Media thinks it has to have balance. It's often a legal obligation. If there's a story of an Israeli killing, then the media feels obligated to report something wrong some Palestinians have done to balance it, even if such a thing hadn't actually happened. And then there's another one. There's always going to be a ceasefire. It's always just around the corner. So what Israel may be doing is bad, but hang on, no, they're going to sort it out very soon. So in organising a movement, you've always got a problem, because how do you advertise it when there's going to be a ceasefire next week? And we know it's phony, but we have to say that it's phony and distracts from the genocide. Lobby. Meshema and Walt's book on the lobby still stands as a classic. Always well connected and with the power to withhold advertising if they don't like things in the news. And then is the cudgel of anti-Semitism. It's an immensely powerful weapon on most of the Western world. And all the points, this ultimately, in closing down the media, may well be the most important. The accusation, rising tides of anti-Semitism, is ubiquitous and unquestioned. And it was used to collapse the protests in the US campuses in 2024, which I put great store on. I thought Here we go, the 70s in Vietnam all over again. And it was crushed, disappeared. And that is hugely disappointing. But let me give you another example, been through this list so you can see those points there. And that's the Maccabi Tel Aviv soccer hooligans. And this was extraordinary, not because in the first instance last year when Maccabi turned up and in Amsterdam, and the fans started belting up anybody that they could come across. And Sky News reported that. Suddenly, however, Netanyahu and Biden and the mayor of New York and everybody was talking about anti-Semitism. So they switched the story. And they only came back to the right story when the videographers who took the story that was presented as the evidence of these fans being the victims showed them as the perpetrators. But, okay, take that on board. That's happened. We got a correction. But given the persistent power of the Israeli anti-Semitism narrative, when a month ago the prospect of these same Maccabi Tel Aviv fans turning up in Britain to play Aston Villa, the West Midlands police said, okay, they shouldn't come. And Starmer and his cabinet immediately forgot and thought people would forget what happened in Amsterdam. The West Midlands police didn't. They knew what had happened, and it was protecting the people in Manchester from the fans, not the other way around. But the point is that Starmer and his colleagues still thought it was a plausible line to run after the disgrace and the corrections of Amsterdam. I mean, that was quite amazing. Okay, when I went to then make a list of the selling points for the Palestinian cause, there were not only a fewer, shorter list, but less potent in terms of a news media perspective. The law, which is, if I have any pretenses at an academic understanding, that's where I operate in. Human rights, ICJ, UNGA, but Western journalists are not interested in the law, only when it is white Westerners arguing it. For Palestinians, the law is what Trump and Netanyahu decide. There is no contrary law to discuss. What went on in the UN stays in the UN, doesn't matter. And then the Nakba, I mean, we've talked about this, an event or consequence I've yet to hear mentioned in our mainstream news media. The Israelis get, and that was one I was going to add to the Israeli list, October 7th, the history started on October the 7th, but there was nothing prior to that. More Palestinians died on October the 7th than Israelis. We didn't hear anything about the what's the doctrine, Hannibal Directive. Didn't hear any. Yeah, shows how often, if I can forget what the name of it was, didn't get mentioned. And we don't get, for instance, when on one day there were 3 times as many casualties for Palestinians in Sabra and Shatila, but there's no 17th September 1982 day. But the news media give the Israelis a day, and it gives them a chew on the same biscuit, same day each year, and it'll go on for years. So again, completely different narrative. Apartheid. Now, New Zealanders in particular, because of our history on sporting contacts with South Africa, we know in general what apartheid was all about. But we Westerners would rather believe that Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East. How many times have we heard that? Despite a Jewish majority in the Jewish state set up in 1947, it was a minority. And again, between the river and the sea, the number of Jews compared with non-Jews is again a minority, but you still hear it's the only democracy in the Middle East. Right, now, genocide. Now, I think an incredible acknowledgement of appreciation of the bravery of the social media, the videographers and the storytellers, and their incredible efforts to get the story out into the social media. That was an extraordinary accomplishment. Continues. I didn't think it would happen. I thought Israelis could block it out. They can get the international journalist out and pneumatically, electronically seal Gaza. They failed in doing that, just as they failed in destroying Hamas. An incredible achievement, and it has shaped the view of people in the West irrevocably. You've seen it. You can't ever unsee it. Nobody can say terrible things didn't happen. They will justify it. They will excuse it. They will try to forget it. But everybody knows, everybody knows. And that is a huge and fundamental difference to what the situation was just 2 years ago. But genocide, as I said, the mainstream media can't bring itself to say the word. Now, this is a little thing I put together for our social media for the Palestine Solidarity Network, Aotearoa in New Zealand. Netanyahu announced an 8th front on media to go along with the 7 other fronts or 10 other fronts that, if you include Malta or whatever, how many bombing raids that the Israelis are conducting against its neighbours. The 8th front to back his military one. Now, there's defensive and there's aggressive aspects to that. One recent example is the clamour, for instance, Christiane Amanpour made some comment about how the treatment of the hostages was better than the people in Gaza, and immediately the clamour. She's got to go, anti-Semite, play that card, and this will intensify the Hasbara funding to tell the stories, and on the other side, close down deviations from the Israeli narrative. And you have a look at the social media side there, and many of you, I am sure, saw that conference that Netanyahu had in Washington, where he was with influencers, and he talked about Larry Ellison and TikTok and Musk and X, and then Barry Weiss with CBS, the once great news agency, once great, is going to be turned into an instrument of Israeli propaganda. This is perhaps also a crucial area. With the Abraham Accords, or the environment of the Abraham Accords, Al Jazeera has been historically a news channel which I regard as international. That's what it's meant to be. And anyhow, Westerners watch Al Jazeera as a counterdote to watching Fox News. Mainstream news media was pulled across to a MAGA American line by the creation of Fox. Al Jazeera has pushed it back to be more global. If Al Jazeera stops selling its news and presenting it without fear or favour, then that is a major problem for the way that the other main Western agencies work and what they see as important. News agencies copy each other. They sit around, I've sat around in newsrooms where we watched Radio New Zealand, and they would put up the television screens for the TV3 and the One News to see what they would have in their bulletins. And we always had to have matches. Might have a different approach, but there's a huge consensus as what a story is, and just as much what a story is not. Now, this one I throw in as well as a very interesting phenomenon. Those who don't recognize these two people, the short guy is Nick Fuentes, Groyper, Nazi, and Tucker Carlson, who is out of favor with MAGA. This is hugely significant because the Israelis, I am sure, did not anticipate it happening, and it would have very little idea of what to do about it. They're conservative heavyweights. There's Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Steve Bannon, Steve Smith, Fuentes, and they are appealing to a youth constituency in the United States which has fed on the social media imagery of what's happened in Gaza. And in one way, you can see it as a war between those very conservative US commentators. It's a war between those who deny the Holocaust of the 20th century and those who deny the Holocaust of the 21st century. A huge and delightful schism amongst conservative Americans. And if these guys increase their increase their influence, people like Miss Rachel, who does a kids program, and she said something that the Zionists did not like, so they dumped on her. Well, she was made of sterner stuff, And one of the most delightful scenes I ever saw was Miss Rachel on a cell phone doing her show. Kids in Gaza were watching it. So, you know, if I was in Mossad and I was allowed one hit in the US, I would take Miss Rachel out for a kids program. Right. Okay, now this one, this sort of raises back in Aotearoa, New Zealand, the issues of should we be telling Pacifica countries what their politics should be? And if we do, this is a neo-colonial sort of thing. On the other hand, when we have said this, we've got a lot of support from activist people in the Pacific countries to say, yeah, our government is doing dreadful things. Pro-Israel position taken by a number of Pacific countries, I didn't put it up as a slide, but I have graphed it out, is hugely important because half of the votes in the General Assembly last year, when was it, September last year, giving the Israelis a year to get out of the occupied territories, uppercase, were Pacifica ones. PNG, Papua New Guinea, and Fiji have shifted their embassies to Jerusalem. So it's territory the Israelis have been cultivating intensely, and nobody else has taken any notice of it. Now, I just raised this one here in particular because Malaysia, as I see a thought leader in global majorities, global South, and a few others, could perhaps look at this as part of a regional agenda, which I think is hugely important. It's Southeast Asia, Oceania, Pacific. That, to me, is, in my head, a region, both because of my personal history and just the way that I see the world. That is a region. So Pacifica is important. And finally, recognize this guy here. Right, that was me within a week 50 years ago. Could you believe? 50 years ago. And I was over the border in Thailand at a conference of the Asian Students Association in Chiang Mai. And we voted on a resolution to remove the National Union of Israeli Students and replace it with the General Union of Palestinian Students. The resolution, I'm delighted to say, was successful. We thought we had turned a corner, that it would now be within months that the whole Zionist edifice would come crashing down. I just really hope that there's no young people here who say, I was here in KL 50 years ago, and we were discussing Palestine and the importance of social media, and people who have seen this can never forget it, and everybody knows that everybody's seen it. It's, I believe, a world where nobody knows what's going to happen next. And that's unique in a post-Second World War world. There's many experts who know what the factors are, but what the outcome, even in Trump's head, or in particular in Trump's head, nobody knows what's going to happen next. But I think it's our obligation, and what gives me the enthusiasm to keep on working as hard as I can on this issue, is that we take advantage of and recognize the sacrifice of so many Palestinians, inadvertent or advertent, whatever. They have died, I hope, not in vain, that we can pick up this knowledge that the world has, that we can reform the media, that we can embarrass, we can pressure, that we can fill it in and write the narratives and get the message through. So that's what I'd like to see. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Don. Now we move to the next presenter, Dr. Ali Azar, Ali Sorayyaei Azar, from Nakba to Genocide, Power, Identity, and Media Narrative, Media Discourse on Palestine. بالضبط ما لاحظت خلاص سكر في الجسم فعلا وقت الهواء. Okay. I need to send invitation. Okay.
السلام عليكم. الحمد لله. السلام عليكم. Impressed with the speech. I really like the narratives that are used.
لا هي منطقة.
I'm good at Iranian Turkish.
You speak Arabic good. أنت بتدرس you teaching here.
Yes.
You teach.
Colleagues.
And same department.
أيوه.
Faculty of Education.
Right.
Prof. Azar, my supervisor.
I see. You're doing your PhD on that?
Of UN.
Right, yeah. What are you waiting on?
I am on academic discourse analysis.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I
Was
like.
it useful?
I like the concept that you
Yeah.
use.
Framing, reframing. That's we need to reframe.
Interesting.
From here, brother, you
بعد
can just
الظهر. بس أنا
It's all right.
لا أول مرة ما سمعتكيش أنا. سمعت
Fun,
لا
it's knowledge now.
خذ the mic from here.
بكرة حكي
Now I am on the air.
لا بس أنت ظاهر مشهور.
I think they need some break. They are tired.
مش موجودة عندنا موجودة.
Okay, I think now, Dr. Ali, you can present, you can start.
Okay. Salam alaikum, salam sujatra. Good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for the kind invitation. I really appreciate, and I'd like to share some of our small findings about media that we like to go through this. I'd like the speech that our professor today presented to us, especially about using right discourse in academia, especially among academicians. It's very important. And decolonization of the language is very important. I remember once I was listening to a speech, I think the speaker from Africa, an African presenter, we were talking about the Middle East, and suddenly she raised a question, why we should use the Middle East terminology? Middle to what? Why not, for example, to talk about Britain? Okay, mid to west, for example, something like this. Yeah, Eurocenter. So that is why I really interested in this topic, because I went through the several news and in the media. If I can show you my slides. So the title that we have chosen, From Nakba to Genocide, Our Identity and Media, Discourse on Palestine. In this topic, we tried to look at the discourse, media discourse, and identify formation, power in Palestine from 1940s to 2025. Highlighting the ongoing conflict that every one of us, we are as shahid or eyewitness. And this is a kind of collaborative research, but a small research. I'd like to continue this and also invite other professors and experts, especially in media discourse, and especially to find the different sources in different countries, especially in English or other languages, what happened in the media discourse during this several decades, 1940s and 2025, how the agents or news agents or agencies tried to present this genocide in the world, especially in their newspapers or magazines. So focus of this research was on Nakba and the genocide that happened in 1940s in Palestine. So the framework that we use here, Fairclough's three model CDA, critical discourse analysis. We try to analyze and look at the lexicons, metaphors, and narratives in media texts. So we looked at the three layers. The three layers, let me show the three layers. The three layers is going to textual analysis, focus on lexicon. The next one, discursive practice, tried to examine the production, distribution, and consumption of the text in medias. And the next one, social practice, how these media or the news situate the discourses within their ideological and how they wanted to show their power in the different contexts. In the textual analysis, interestingly, in Western mainstream media, that I went through I went through several texts, especially in 1940s, and also for your information, in genre analysis, we have different types of genre. I call this kind of genre is kind of closed genre. Interestingly, it is not open to everyone. You can hardly find these medias even in the archives. All of them actually blocked, and if you want to go through them, you need to pay, and also some of the texts are not there. But whereas when I went through, for example, Arabic texts, Dr. Muhammad and Dr. Muhammad Ali, also my partners in this research, I want to just show these. For example, these texts from Palestine, it goes back to 1940s, 1950s, 60s, available for everyone. You can easily download. But when you go to, for example, to Guardians or other, for example, newspapers, this Guardian I took from, if I'm not mistaken, 1967. If you look at the title, it says, Israel claims land and air successors as Britain and US declare neutrality. So the title is clear there for everyone. Okay, back to my three layers. So when I went through the three layers of my analysis, okay, first Western mainstream media, I found most of the language or most of the syntax of the media passive language. For example, the articles frequently use passive constructions that obscure the responsible actors. You know that when we are using passive structure, the agent or actors are not there, and the action being emphasized. Framing through vocabulary also happening in these texts. For example, terms like upheaval, chaos, frame complex political actions as natural disasters, for example, happening in these lands. And narrative metaphors of birth, such as statehood, support a heroic and positive portrayal of Israel's founding and genocide, all these things. An unequal representation, Palestinians are often unnamed, okay? As Mohammed, my dear brother, highlighted. For example, when they took Palestinians as, for example, prisoners, they were terrorists. But when for example, the other way around, they were, for example, hostages. So this kind of inequality, I couldn't find equity among these metaphors or concepts that being used in these texts. Now back to go to Palestinian and alternative media that focusing on Palestinian stories or real narratives. You can see the sentences or active voice clearly. The agents, actors are there without any coverage. So the media use active voice to clearly assign responsibility and highlight action. So everything clear in the sentences. Actors and subjects, agents are there. The emphasis here on those people that really suffering coming from real narratives. As our professor stated, we need narratives, we need eyewitnesses that going through the real people, those people that really suffered, and then they saw as shahid, as eyewitness. So these are all the commonalities and the textual features that I found. So the narrative individualizes Palestinians by mentioning families, residents, and children to restore the identity. And also counter-narrative and legitimacy was there. When I went through the discursive layer of the analysis based on Fairclough's 3 layers model, so I can say that dominant narratives circulate globally through international news networks, shaping historical perspectives and state legitimacy. So they are going to legalize everything based on their own perspectives. Yeah, legitimize. Alternative media resistance is there. Social practice, if I go through ideological frameworks and identity construction, Western media, okay, Western media embeds colonial ideologies. So colonization is there always, okay. Portraying Israel identity as legitimate, so legitimization of the Israel and also these kinds of states. Language as domination technology, language in media minimizes Palestinian dispossession, and but at the same time they reframes their own, for example, legitimize their own states. In Palestinian media, Palestinian alternative media reclaims a narrative space, exposing imperial geopolitics and highlighting foreign involvement. So they can see, when we are reading the sentences, we can see that these layers are really clear. Identity reconstruction in Palestinian media humanizes and empowers Palestinians, restoring agency, and documentation of their victimhood through personal stories, narratives, all are there. If we go to compare these two medias, okay, in this table, I tried simply to show in what's happening in textual level. As I highlighted, there is passive voice, euphemisms always are there, and the absence of agents. And the Palestinians erased strategically in their news, you know. And when we go to the discursive practice, official sources always dominated, but no eyewitnesses, no narratives, just colonial gatekeepers. And the social practice, in layer of the social practice, we can see that all these media reinforces colonization and imperial legitimacy, and Israeli state normalized. When we compare all these 3 levels in Palestinian media and chronicles, we can see active voice, explicit agency, Palestinians always centered, eyewitness, and also local sources, especially eyewitnesses, and also the people, that the way that they try to show and give us a clear picture, everything clear. And in social practice layer, we can see the dispossession of the Palestinians are always highlighted in this states and the media. So what we can come to draw on conclusion, we can say that media language is kind of biased, in my own opinion, based on the analysis that I saw. And then they try to show their power, the way that they tried to use their discourse, you know. This kind of discourse is, I think, manipulated discourse in the media that we can highlight in our academic discourse analysis as well. So in conclusion, the analysis shows that the media discourse on Palestine from 1940s to 2025 actively shapes power, identity, and public perception rather than merely reporting events. So real events are not there, just all those manipulated news. Western mainstream outlets often rely on passive language and selective framing. that obscure responsibility and legitimize dominant narratives. In contrast, Palestinian and alternative media use active voice and human-centered storytelling to restore agency and challenge erasure. Situated within broader histories of colonialism and geopolitics, these discourses reveal how language functions as both a tool of domination and a space for resistance. So these are the texts that, as I have put in the attached here as a kind of text that we went through. And again, I had a bit difficulty with finding these Western media. I tried Library as well. I am from Faculty of Education, University of Malaya. So I tried ProQuest, also websites, to download some of these news. Thank you much for your listening. Any questions? If you have any questions. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Ali, for your thought-provoking presentation. Now we move to the next presenter, Ms. Nadia Amira binti Shamsul. Her presentation on Gaza through a post-colonial lens, Zionism, miscalculation, and the emergence of the spirit of resistance. Yes, let me open it for you. Yep. Yes.
Assalamualaikum and good morning, everyone. My name is Nadia Shamsul, and together with my co-author, which is Hashim, who is joining us online right now, we will be presenting our paper titled Can it clear? Yes. Okay, once again, my name is Nadia Shamsul, and together with my co-author, Hakim, who is joining us online, we'll be presenting our paper titled Gaza Through a Post-Colonial Lens, Zionist Miscalculations and the Emergence of the Spirit of Resistance Among the People of Gaza. We are from the Department of Strategic Media Advocacy and Research Team of Humanitarian Care Malaysia, also known as MyCare. So first thing first, actually, we were actually nervous because our professor mentioned about post-colonial. So we were kind of like panicking on how are we actually going to present and actually let people know the way that we see throughout our research. So I hope that I can deliver it very well. Okay, I would like to begin by explaining the approach of this study. Gaza is often spoken about in humanitarian terms or as a security challenge or simply as a political crisis. These descriptions are not wrong, but they do not tell the whole story. In this presentation, we place Gaza in a wider historical context, specifically within the ongoing reality of modern colonialism. Even today, colonial practices have not disappeared, they have simply evolved in new forms. In the West Bank, for instance, this can be seen through settlement expansion and unequal legal systems. In Gaza, it appears through blockade, restricted mobility, economic control, and repeated military assaults. Events leading up to October 2023, including the raids on Al-Aqsa, were not isolated incidents. They were part of a continuous project of domination and dispossession. This is the lens through which we analyze Gaza. With this in mind, the central problem we identify is that Gaza is frequently framed in ways that hide the deeper colonial structure shaping the conflict. Public narratives often reduce Gaza to a humanitarian emergency or security threat, when in reality, Israeli policies operate according to a settler colonial logic. The structure is not temporary and it is not accidental, it is systemic. And despite decades of violence, it has not eliminated Palestinian identity or political will. Instead, it has shaped a stronger collective consciousness and unity among Palestinians. Our research, therefore, asks how post-colonial and settler colonial theory can help explain both the persistence of domination and the resilience of resistance. This research has three main objectives. The first is to apply post-colonial theory to the context of Gaza. The second is to analyze the political and military miscalculations made by the Zionist regime. The third is to understand how prolonged suffering has contributed to a shared spirit of resistance among Palestinians. Our review draws on the work of several prominent thinkers. Edward Said explains how dominant powers construct narratives that justify control over colonized populations. Gayatri Spivak highlights how marginalized communities such as Palestinians are often denied the ability to represent themselves on global platforms. Mahoney demonstrates that colonial institutions can survive long after formal independence. Sommer offers a typology of colonialism that helps categorize different strategies of domination. What we found is that through these ideas, although these ideas exist, they are rarely applied together in a comprehensive way, specifically to Gaza. This is the gap that our study addresses. Inshallah. Post-colonial theory emphasizes that colonialism is not only a physical process. It continues through culture, identity, knowledge, economics, and psychological influence. Settler colonialism adds another layer, describing a structure that continuously seeks to replace indigenous population and impose new political and social orders. When we apply these frameworks to Gaza, the patterns of control become clearer. Everyday life, from movement and governance to the economic and public identity, is shaped by these colonial logics. So we can just skip this methodology because this is like we always know: examine academic research, historical archive, policy reports, etc., etc. So we will go to the first part of this paper, the application of post-colonial theory in understanding the dynamics of modern colonization against the people of Palestine in Gaza. Gaza's present situation is the result of colonial layers built over more than a century using Sommer's typology. We explain these layers through several interconnected forms of colonial domination. The first form is settler colonialism, which involves land seizure, settlement expansion, and institutional control. The second is exploitative colonization, where the economy has made dependent on the dominant power. In Gaza, this includes control over labor permits, fishing zones, and access to water and imports. The third is surrogate colonization, where certain groups or political arrangements are used to maintain dominance indirectly. The fourth is internal colonialism, which includes imposing identity, legal structure, and political system on annexed population. The fifth is cultural and trade colonialism, which narrative and representations are controlled to shape how Palestinians are viewed globally. These forms operate together and reinforce one another. To understand the depth of this system, we analyze four key dimensions of colonial dominations in Gaza. The economic dimension includes control over borders, electricity, fuel, water, and trade, which creates deep dependency. The social dimension includes cultural suppression, spatial fragmentation, and propaganda that weaken unity and identity. The military dimension includes continuous surveillance, checkpoints, targeted strikes, and the criminalization of resistance. The political dimensions include control over population registries, restriction on movement, and the manipulation of internal political outcomes through pressure and blockade. These dimensions show that colonization in Gaza is not episodic, it is structural, and it shapes daily life. Sorry, I just accidentally clicked the next slide. So now we'll go to Arab statecraft. We also consider the role of regional power. For example, Egypt, shaped by its anti-colonial history but constrained by security concerns, manages Gaza's border with both caution and sympathy. Next, we also have United Arab Emirates, or UAE, influence Gaza through economic initiatives, reconstruction assistance, and political normalization, acting as a sub-imperial power in the region. This external influence adds another layer to Gaza's colonial experience. So for the conclusion for this part one concludes that Gaza represents a multi-layered colonial system that is reinforced by internal, external, and also regional forces. We'll go next to the part two, assessing the strategic mistake of the Zionist regime from political and military perspective in its effort to subdue Gaza. So throughout this research, we have found there are types of colonization that we can find in Gaza, as you all can see, which is a military colonization, economic colonization, and political colonization, which is actually, this not only applied to Gaza, this actually applied to the West Bank. But since our focus in Gaza, so basically we will mention a lot about Gaza. After the events of October 2023, Israel launched a series of large-scale operations. These included Swords of Iron, the General's Plan, and 2 phases of Gideon Chariots. The operations intensified the blockade and expanded attacks from air, land, and sea. The intention was to crush resistance, break civilian morale, and reassert full control. These objectives, however, were not achieved. Israel relied heavily on drone-based warfare, which reduced the effectiveness of intelligence on the ground. The bombing of densely populated civilian areas only strengthened public support for resistance. Conflicting strategic goals and leadership mistakes also contribute to failure. Most importantly, Israel misjudged the resilience of Gaza's population. Instead of collapsing, communities became more united and more determined. Part 3, analyzing the relationship between suffering caused by occupation and the rise of a spirit of resistance among the people of Gaza. Palestinian suffering stretches over a century, from the British Mandate until today. Yet throughout this history, Palestinians have repeatedly shown an extraordinary ability to transform pain into consciousness and collective strength. Resistance in Gaza is not limited to the battlefield. It lives in the family, education, culture, and daily survival. Palestinians grow up with a deep understanding of dignity, land, and struggle. This makes surrender unthinkable. Figures such as Sheikh Izzuddin Al-Qassam symbolize this legacy. Today, fighters in Rafah and elsewhere continue carrying it forward. Resistance is also passed down from one generation to the next. Even in wartime, families rebuild, raise children, and maintain hope. Young people learn useful skills such as engineering, communication, and defense. The diaspora contributes economically and socially. Martyrs, rather than ending the struggle, inspire renewed commitment. Islamic teachings provide spiritual strength as well. Defending the oppressed is seen as a moral and religious duty. This spiritual foundation creates a resilience that military power cannot ever erase. Finally, global awareness of the Palestinian cause has shifted significantly. Independent journalists and social media challenge Israel's control over narratives. Public opinion, including in Western countries, is changing. Political spaces that once fully supported Israel now show division and debate. In conclusion, Gaza is not simply a conflict zone, it is a complex colonial system that continues to shape the lives of Palestinians. Yet, despite decades of oppression, the people of Gaza have never been truly defeated. Their unity, faith, political consciousness, and global support continue to grow. Their struggle goes on with unwavering determination. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nadia Amira, for your wonderful presentation. Now we move to the next presenter, Dr. Mohammed Elshobake, Israeli apartheid against the Palestinian people under international law. He's going to present online, so he sent a video. I'm going to share his video presentation.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد صلى الله عليه وآله وصحبه أجمعين ثم أما بعد. First of all, I would like to thank Hashim Sani Center for Palestinian Study for organizing this conference for many years. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen, this is the third time for me to present at the conference, International Conference on Palestine or Palestine Studies. My paper for this conference, inshallah, will be on Israel's apartheid against Palestinian people under international law. My name is Dr. Muhammad Rafiq Mu'min Elshobake, Head of Department at Ahmad Ibrahim, Kulliyah of Laws, International Islamic University, Malaysia. So with regard to the topic, we have to start from the first issue, which is what is the apartheid, concept of apartheid. Apartheid originally used to refer to the political system in South Africa, which explicitly enforce racial segregation and domination and oppression of one racial group by another. It has since been adopted by international community to condemn and criminalize such systems and practices wherever they occur in the world. So the crime of apartheid committed, this is the definition, when an inhuman act, essentially serious human rights violation, is perpetrated, committed in the context of an institutionalized regime of systematic oppression and domination by one racial group over another, with the intention to maintain that system. So this system of prolonged and cruel discriminatory treatment by one racial group of another, or if member of another, with intention to control the second racial group. So when we are talking about the keywords, before we move to the legal framework, what is the keywords of apartheid? We have inhuman acts, we have human rights violation, we have regime that controlling and dominating or with domination and oppression, one group, racial group over another group. So they give protection for one group and make discrimination with another group. If we analyze this concept with the Palestinian situation, it's very clear that Israeli violated the Palestinian rights, give all the protection to Israeli citizens, and oppressed, use unjust laws, unjust practices, killing, international crimes, discriminations against the Palestinian citizen, as we will see later, inshallah. So what is the legal framework? When we're talking about legal framework, the main three treaties or convention under international law to explicitly and clearly criminalize apartheid. Number one, International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, 1965. International Convention on the Suppression and Punishment of the Crime of Apartheid. We call it Apartheid Convention, 1973. And Rome Statute of International Criminal Court in 1998. So when you are talking about these three conventions, the first one 1965 about elimination all racial discrimination. This convention defined apartheid as a system of racial segregation and discrimination that constitutes denial of equal rights based on the race, color, and or national or ethnic origin. Article 3 of that convention condemned and obliged states to prevent, prohibit, and eradicate or eliminate apartheid and racial segregation. Less prohibited acts, segregation, denial of rights, forcible transfer, and persecution, etc. The second one, United Nations Convention on the Suppression and Punishment of the Crime of Apartheid, 1973, we call it Apartheid Convention, defined apartheid as an inhuman act committed for the purpose of establishing and maintaining domination by one racial group over another. So these are some prohibited acts according to this convention: segregation, denial of rights, forcible transfer, persecution, etc. So Rome Statute number 3, apartheid according to Rome Statute, one crime of crimes of humanity. So we have 4 many crimes under international criminal law. The first one were crimes, second one crimes against humanity, number 3 genocide, number 4 crimes of aggression, crime of aggression. So apartheid considered a crime against humanity under Article 7, subsection 2, paragraph H. It requires systematic and institutionalized regime and oppression, domination from one racial group against the other, and intention to maintain that system. So if we return back to the Apartheid Convention 1973, it's clear that this the acts according to the Apartheid Convention not only talking about discrimination, but also including some acts like killing a member of group, inflicting serious physical or mental harm, torture, bad treatment, arbitrary arrest or illegal imprisonment, imposing a living condition intended to cause physical destruction of the group, racial group, in whole or in part. And this is all these crimes committed clearly in the current war in Gaza since 2023. And number 3, legislative and administrative measures to exclude certain group from rights like social rights, economic rights, cultural rights, and also from their rights of work, education, nationality, movement, residence, free expression, and association. And all this committed in Gaza, West Bank, and East Jerusalem, even for the Palestinians who are staying inside Israel. We call them Arab 1948, the Palestinian 1948. Racial segregation policies, including creating separate areas, very clear, because Israeli building special settlements for Israel and make them staying far from the Palestinian, and also take and confiscate more Palestinian land in order to build Israeli settlements, confiscating property as mentioned here, persecution, denial rights and freedom of the Palestinian. All these acts, by the way, committed by Israel. Okay, if we continue by the Israeli policies and practices of apartheid, we have the first one, fragmentation of the Palestinian people. Palestinian in Gaza, we have the Palestinian community now consider Gaza residents who cannot, who are prevented from transferring or moving to West Bank or Al-Quds, Jerusalem. We have West Bank residents under military rule, Palestinian in East Jerusalem under discriminatory residency regime, Palestinian citizen of Israel, as I said, we call them Palestinian 1948, and also discriminatory civil laws. And we have refugees who are staying outside Palestine, and also they denied from their rights, especially rights of return. The tools, checkpoints, permit system, border control, residency, revocation, and also the policies and practices in Gaza, West Bank, and Jerusalem, and even for the Palestinians who are staying inside occupied Palestinian territory. Number 2, domination through legal and administrative regimes. We have Israeli applied different legal system. Israeli settlers in West Bank, for example, they have civil law and they can get all their full rights. However, the Palestinian, they impose on them military laws, severe restrictions, administrative detention without charge of or trial. According to Israeli rule, they can just imprison anyone under the administrative jail or administrative detention, even without any charge, without any trial. And they are doing this 6 months, and they renew it forever. They can do it without any stopping. Discriminatory planning and zoning laws restriction Palestinian development. Yes, Palestinian, especially those who are staying in East Jerusalem and West Bank, they cannot build their houses. They have to get permission. Many villages, they cannot build the houses. When they start building, Israeli come and destruct all their buildings. Denial of building permits and mass destruction. Number 3, systematic operation and inhuman acts. This is very clear according to United Nations bodies, human rights organizations, especially what's happening right now in Gaza. Israeli committed many crimes, excessive use of force, killing, arbitrary imprisonment, destruction of more than 90% of Gaza infrastructure, houses, buildings, civilian objects, everything, roads, even when we are talking about educational buildings, health buildings, when we are talking about civilian objects, all destructed by Israel. More than 90% of Gaza destructed in this war. Restriction on movement, yes, very clear. Palestinians in West Bank and Jerusalem, even in Gaza, were not allowed to go and move from the place to another place. Siege in Gaza, blockade in Gaza, considered collective punishment, which is prohibited under international law, international humanitarian law. Confiscation of land and natural resources, stalling the underground water, the gas from Gaza, all the resources everywhere in Palestine, forced displacement in Sheikh Jarrah, in Al-Quds, Masafir Yatta, Jordan Valley, Gaza, Palestinian Gaza, more than 2 million disabled during this war from their house to another place. And when they came back, they didn't find the houses or their things. Israeli stole and destruct everything, bombed everything. Denial of equal access to health, water, and education. Gaza, consider very clear example for apartheid, enclave, as this has happened previously in South Africa. Blockade, segregation strategy, more than 17 years siege, and also blockade, create Gaza to be open air prison, the biggest prison in the world. Gaza City, the people now even they are staying in very dire situation. To conclude, the elements of apartheid as defined under United Nations and under international law, under the conventions, fulfilled in the Palestinian context through the Israeli systematic domination, fragmentation, and institutionalized oppression against the Palestinian people. Israeli as occupying power bears full legal responsibility for maintaining an unlawful regime of racial segregation and discrimination in Palestine. These practices constitute crime against humanity under Apartheid Convention and Rome Statute. International community has a legal and moral duty to ensure accountability, including supporting investigation by ICC, bringing Israeli officials responsible for these crimes to justice. Lastly, ending the apartheid system is essential for upholding international law, protection and protecting Palestinian human rights, the human rights for Palestinian, and enabling a just and lasting peace for Palestinian people. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mohammed. This is the last presentation for the first session. So now we will open the floor for a Q&A.
Thank you very much. I'm really happy to see and to listen to you guys talking this way. And I do have some few, I don't know if you name it, advices, recommendations, rather than questions. For someone in the room, I believe, experienced the genocide, because I was there and I left Gaza in May 2024, right before the incursion of Rafah. And I will present something in the second session, basically about my experience. But what really interested me the most is Don speech, to be frank. And for that, I would say, in terms of media, press, Gaza confused the scene. And the scene is like, how to say, corrupted in a way that cannot be retrieved anymore. Because the culture before Gaza, the press before Gaza is now different. And now people are questioning every single channel. Let's say BBC, for example, will go and cover some incidents or some event in India or in Africa. Everything will come out and they will say, well, in Gaza, they did this and that, you know? So that stays. And with that confusion, they are not able to go back anymore to the setup before. So this is something that we need to seize. The other thing which I very much like to quote from Dr. Norman Finkelstein, he used to say Holocaust, he has even a book, Holocaust Industry. And if you go back to genocide, basically those, I mean, mostly survived the Holocaust, wrote most of the very definition of the genocide. So now having these projections on Gaza is very much like quoting everyone. And the other thing which I very much like to highlight, and I've never seen, being like watching the whole talk shows, Tucker Carlson, Piers Morgan, Jon Stewart, there are so many, and they are obviously talking about it. When it comes to the coverage in Gaza, they will always refer to the point that there are no international channels there. There are no international reporters there, which is misleading, actually. Those of Al Jazeera, they are Palestinians, but Al Jazeera is not a Palestinian channel. I have a friend who lost his two legs, Abdullah Al-Hajj and Fadil Uhedi. They are both cameramen. They were targeted. One of them was working for Reuters. The other guy was working for France Press. These are not Palestinian channels. Yes, these two guys are Palestinians. So questioning their credibility in a way, Piers Morgan, for example, used to say, and I've never seen any guest in his show respond back and say, well, they are not, basically, you know, they work for international agencies. So this is something that we need to bring to the table. Finally, the culture of double standards and bias is there all the time. It's not about Gaza only, but Gaza maximize it in a way that is way too obvious to cover. So at this point and at this moment, I believe we need to seize this opportunity, because with all these facts, with everything that we have in the table now, it's yet to become an action. And we are just fighting back. It's a way that is fighting back. It's a way that is, we are always in the, you know, like defending ourselves. We need to come back from this to, you know, to something forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Azzam. Yes.
There's a couple of points I'd like to make here briefly, and first following up Nadia's, which I think I should have included, was that the Western narrative finds certain things acceptable because of the colonial paradigm. So an Israeli F-35 can do a bombing run and proliferate a whole apartment block and the pilot's back home for lunch. That's okay, because that's what states do. But where I believe Israel made a horrendous mistake in thinking that people would accept starvation as an instrument of war. That doesn't matter what colour starving babies were, it's still dreadfully bad. So once you start seeing that, you start questioning the bomb run of the F-35. And so it does come back. And there's another example too, where I think that the perception of, especially with young people happening at Azar, colors and changes the paradigm of the world. There was a student march on climate change recently in Wellington, and they came into the lawn of Parliament buildings. And what were they talking about? Well, they were chanting Palestine will be free. This was a climate change march. And so the dynamics are hugely important. It's become, Gaza is the center of a changing world.
Yeah.
And it puts a huge load on the Palestinians because other people are defining their issues and dumping it on the Palestinians. So there is potentially a problem there. But on the other hand, that international support of people who would not have gone out of their way to support this is now also on this.
On the question of the media and British media, the BBC, and the mainstream media, like vis-a-vis the social media, and I think you made some excellent points about how the social media is changing the world and impacting the young people. And my daughter is 35, and she doesn't really watch the BBC, and she doesn't watch her information. And she says the information of her generation and her age and younger age is all coming through social media. Yeah. And we saw it on demonstrations, how the social media brought so many young people. And I think, is Israel winning the propaganda war, the Hasbara war? I don't think so. And I think the interesting about the British, it's true that Al Jazeera employed local Palestinians. And of course, Israel slaughtered these Palestinians. We know there were 200, 250 Palestinian journalists who were slaughtered. And the Israelis were targeting these journalists actually right on from the beginning in terms of winning the propaganda war. But I think the BBC was really the worst among the British channels. If we move on to ITV, which is another main channel, and another Channel 4, in fact, their coverage was 10 times better than the BBC. Again, we can see the monolith of British reporting was really smashed. There was ITV employed a lot of local Palestinians actually from Gaza. So you have ITV journalists based in Jerusalem, but reporting, or based in the so-called Tel Aviv, that sort of thing. But there is a Palestinian equivalent. It's a bit like Al Jazeera. They were getting their information and their stories. So I think you were absolutely right to focus on the BBC being the institutionalized, reflecting the government, that sort of thing. But I think British channels actually, yeah. Okay, so yeah. Sorry about that. Okay.
So thank you so much, everyone. It was really a thought-provoking discussion. Thank you. So let's take a short coffee break. We will resume promptly for session 2 after 10 minutes.
Okay.
I think we if those ones who are and get coffee, please go out. We will ask them that they will continue.
Okay.
We will
Yes, actually, it's 1 hour, exactly half an hour late. Okay, for the next session, under the theme of narrative of power and resistance, we will now continue by opening the next session. Our first presenter for the next session will be Arum Rumaesih from Indonesia. She's going to present online selective solidarities, a global double standard in political responses to Gaza and Ukraine. Yes. Okay. No. Actually, you told me to change it. أيوة بعد الصلاة تحكون السجن تبعك بعد الصلاة ولا الحين؟ السجن تبعك الحين؟ اوكي هارون رموش هذا الوحدة مين؟ وحدة الأندونيسية بس مش بعت ايش الاسم؟ هارون رموش مش بعت فيه خلي محمد يفتح هذه يقدم
سجل تسجيله اونلاين كان مسجل خليني انا اعمل وخلص
اعتقد خليك جهز حالك.
جاهز طبعا
بس سبتهم يحكوا طيب ساعة والسنة 12
نخلص في عندنا 11 ناس.
بعد ايش
احنا
11
متاخرين في برزنتيشن على 11. اوه خدنا نص ساعه زياده. هذا بس ايش صار شباب؟ لا ما في
ما في كذا
شو إن حيعرض من المستعمل اللي جاي حيعرض هنا يفتح من
الكمبيوتر من هذا
من
اللابتوب من هذا.
بقدر افتح الكمبيوتر وافتح موبايل ولا
بعد الموضوع
موجود.
اقعد عنده
ايوه وصل.
شوفها انضمت هنا ايوه موجودة خلاص ضلوا بس
عزيز دكتور عزيز يبقى الحين ممكن نجيب ابو محمد. محمد يكمل.
خليناك بعد الصلاة
أبو
قل له خليناك بعد الصلاة
لا هو يكمل الحين خليه يكمل لأنه
هو الآن
في واحدة أندونيسية بس ما بعثت فيديو إلى الآن.
أرم
أيوه ما بعثت فيديو إلى الآن. المشكلة
هذا أونلاين
آه
خلاص خلي الدكتور عبد الرحيم يحكي لي
بالضبط.
كده حتسكر ولا
مين
حنين
بعد ها شوف مين بعد يمكن موجود الويتنج ليست
لا ميكات حسنى نادية.
مين بعدها في السكجول
سكجول عزيز عزيز موجود. عزيز موجود بس عزيز
عزيز لا عزيز
يعني عزيز محمد صدق عزيز صدق. بعدين في عندنا عزيز سامي هو هذا
عزيز
مش عارف تحط عزيز أول ما تحط عبد الرحيم لأن عبد الرحيم بده يخلص برضه أقول لك تروح قبل الظهر. أبو محمد are you ready? Yes. So now we will go for Dr. Abdalrahim Shehab and Heba Shehab on the topic of from resistance to global solidarity. منها طبعا
من هذا السهم صح؟
لا منها الماوس منها
اوكي بالماوس اوكي لا هذه اوكي
هذا صح.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. First of all, thank you for organizing this conference today. Along with my partners, Dr. Khairul and Heba, I'm going to present the manuscript titled From Resistance to Global Solidarity, Popular Pathway to End Israeli Genocide in Gaza and Beyond. Before I begin the presentation, the genocide has not ended because the conditions of survival, dignity, and certainty have not returned. So, the accountability gap, Gaza has become the focal point of intensive settler colonial violence described by scholars as a genocide. Global institutions have proven either unable or unwilling to intervene effectively to prevent large-scale atrocities. In response, widespread public outrage and massive global demonstrations have emerged to fill the void left by insensitive states. Gaza now reflects the deeper failures of the international system, exposing selective humanitarianism, geopolitical deadlock, and the erosion of mechanism of accountability. So, therefore, this gap between principle and practice creates a moral imperative for civil society to be act where states will not. Sorry. So this is like a background of the paper. So this paper comes to analyze how people-led movement, protests, solidarity networks, BDS function as strategic pathways to confront genocide. So these are the critical questions. How can ordinary people and civil society compel Israel to halt its genocidal practices and face joining global isolation? And second, when diplomatic channels fail and international law goes unenforced, third, history demonstrates that sustained people pressure through boycotts, mass mobilizations, and transnational solidarity or advocacy can shift power dynamics and oppressive regimes. So learning from history, we have three historical models. South Africa, the apartheid, global boycott campaigns, divestment from universities and corporations, and sustained international pressure contribute decisively to dismantling the apartheid regime. The second, Latin American dictatorship. The third, colonial independence movements, mass mobilizations combined with international advocacy campaigns forced colonial powers to recognize the unsustainability of their occupation. So in this regard, these 3 points highlight the ongoing global shift in how Israel policies are viewed, along with the increasing institutional and governmental support for accountability. The power of BDS, boycotting, divestment, sanctions. The BDS movement responds a strategic framework to apply economic and political pressure by targeting corporations, academic institutions, and cultural venues complicit in occupation. BDS create tangible costs for normalizing Israel apartheid. So the mechanism of popular pressure, mass mobilizations, so in this regard, largest wave of Palestine protests in modern history between 2023 and 2025 universities, labor union, cultural institutions driving activism, shift from conflict to genocide, reshaping global moral urgency, digital documentation undermines official narratives. Second, economic boycotts, rapid rise of boycott and divestment campaigns across continents, institutional boycotts by universities, union, church, art, film bodies, horizontal global solidarity networks, linking students, diaspora, feminist ideologies, and anti-racist movements, global days of action, and multilingual campaign. Third, transnational advocacy network, global solidarity movement, coordinate campaigns across border, amplifying voices and creating unified pressure on multiple fronts, simultaneously, academic cultural boycotting the culturally and intellectually. So this is like the key findings. This study found that 67% of public opinion shift, growing percentage of global citizens now view Israel policies as apartheid, according to recent international survey. So the commitments around 100 plus universities and organizations worldwide adopted BDS resolutions, and more than 25 countries calling for sanctions or ICC investigations. Not symbolic, structural. Popular action is not merely a supplement to official diplomacy. In the absent meaningful international legal enforcement, it becomes the primary mechanism of accountability and justice. Why it works? Creating economic and reputational costs, mobiles public opinion to pressure governments, build solidarity across movements, and it challenges normalizations of oppression. Historical level, every major victory against colonial violence from South Africa to Vietnam involved sustained grassroots pressure that made operation politically untenable. So this is the pathway forward. Intensively BDS, like expanding boycotting campaigns to encompass more corporations, strengthening boycotts movement, and link struggles, integrating Palestine into the border movement for decolonization. The conclusion: justice through solidarity. People-led solidarity is a historically grounded and powerful mechanism of resistance. When institutions collapse, ordinary people become the agents of justice. Finally, global solidarity is reshaping political norms and challenging genocidal structure. And finally, I'd like to say that people of Gaza, as shown, through this, through their blood sacrifice and steadfastness, have led American society and free people over the world to confront the truth, liberating millions of American and world from the complex of fear that Zionism has planted in politics, media, awareness, and culture. This is definitely strengthening the global solidarity movement for supporting Palestine. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abdalrahim Shehab, for your interesting presentation. Now we move to the next presenter. We have Dr. Mohammed, we have Dr. Aziz Mohammed Seder. He is going to present on the economic consequences of Israeli aggression on Gaza. ممكن تشيلها. هذا بوينتر مش عارف بوينتر شوف سوري يس لحظة دقيقة خلينا أفتح السيشن تبعك صح مش أنا ابعته لي طب ابعته لي على الواتساب إذا عندك على السريع عزيز أيوه هي ميلي اسهل اوكي بعت على ميل انا قاعد ادور عن السد عزيز السدر هذا صح؟ لا هذا اوكي بليز لا ما بيغير عبد الكريم تفضل ايش مهم ده غير من هنا تحط تاتش ديسك الشاشة طيب تمام خلاص تمام اوكي يلا جرب كمل
Assalamu alaikum. My speech is about the paper about the economic consequences of Israeli aggression on Gaza on both sides, Palestinian and the Israeli. Before talking about the consequences after the war, I just want to touch base about the economy of both sides before the war. So let's start from the Gaza's economy. Their GDP was too low, around 2.5 billion, and GDP per capita was around 1,100. We know that Gaza was under blockade since 2007. So their economy was not, even before the war, was not that good. Unemployment's too high. Poverty, even before the war, was reaching almost 60%. Their infrastructure also, the electricity, the water, all these facilities are not in a good condition. 80% of their economy relied on aid. All these things was before the war, even the aggression from Israel on Gaza. The other side, we are looking about Israelis or Israel's economy. They were doing very well. Their GDP was more than 500 billion, per capita almost 50,000 US dollar. Unemployment rate, inflation too low comparing to global countries. Foreign investments and investors, around 30 billion people, they were injecting money in Israelis market. Their main sectors was in the tech sector and the tourism industry, and also in the military industry also. Their exports before even the war was reaching around 140 billion outside Israel, from Israel to outside, their exports. So they were doing very well, comparing both of them from before the aggression starts. Now, after 2 years of this war, what happened to the economy? Gaza, they're doing bad. Now they are doing worse. Unfortunately, there is no GDP. 80% drop down. Unemployment, 90%, 95%. Poverty, before 60, now 95, 96, almost 100. Businesses stopped, 95%. So most of their economy activities almost collapse. Agriculture, 95% collapse. Export, 98%. Service collapse, 75%. Infrastructure completely, most of them completely destructed. Big destruction. Housing, healthcare, education, utilities. And all these things were in very high percentages and very bad conditions, as everyone knows, and we can follow from the news. The other side, the Israel economy consequences, they were facing a macroeconomic impact. Their GDP also dropped down, but not as in Gaza, around 3%. The war cost them a lot. Some studies 30 billion, reach until up to 70 billion. Their cost, direct cost of the war. Their currency, the shekel currency, also decreased by almost 80%. Moody's credit rating dropped Israel from A1 to A2, and this is, or downgraded them from A1 to A2. This is also a negative impact. All their sectors, the tourism, the construction, manufacturing, and the tech sectors, all of them have a big bad effect after this war. Their defense spending increased by 72%, and their budget deficit almost doubled, 8.2%. The investments also dropped by almost 17%. So we can see from both sides there is a big and negative impact on the economy. Okay. This thing for Israel also, the impact, you can see it from the people who, investors and the companies, boycott movements, from the academic boycott and the corporate operations suspended, and divestment campaign cost them around 4.2 billion were withdrawing from Israeli market. Imagine, this is a huge and big number of investment. Start to talk about reverse immigration or migration. Before was a small percent, now increased in a huge percent. And this is, as we said, a big impact on the economy and the market of Israel. After we see these both effects, go back to Gaza and their bad situation, economic situation. What are our responsibilities? We will do it and put it in 3 categories: governments, organizations, and individuals. Each sector will do according to their abilities and what they can do. But for Gaza now, what we need immediate human aid, humanitarian aid, which will cost around, estimated to be around 1.2 billion US dollar immediately, for food security and for medical supports, for clean water, and for temporary shelters as well. Then next, they need to reconstruction their housing, their hospitals, their schools, and there is their utilities, which is estimated to be around 30 billion and above US dollar. For long term, also they need their economic restoration and recovery. I will conclude this quick speech and study by saying, if we look at both sides, look at the picture from both sides, we see that Gaza, they lost almost full, massive destruction, and almost the infrastructure damaged completely. But from this war, there is a very important thing that we still or did not touch yet or destroyed yet, which is the people themselves, their faith, their resilience, their belief in their victory and their winning the war. Despite this big cost of the war, still they believe that they can rebuild and bring everything as was before the war. The other side, from the figures, from the numbers, for the people, Israeli people, we see that there's a bad effect on their economy. And we know from the power of Israel that they can recover and they will find a lot of countries and support from outside, especially from USA. But there is one thing that they couldn't recover. We know that the foundation of Israel built on 2 promises, the security and the prosperity. And both of these things now are under a big threat and challenge. Small example. 2 weeks ago, I think there is in a Hearts newspaper, Israeli newspaper, there was an article or report talking about a place in Harvard University for Israeli archive and historical information. And this report actually, this archive place is a secret place. They were doing this for long time, not from now, in case of the collapse of Israeli state. So imagine how this will reflect deeply on the fears of the people and nation of Israel, that there is a probability I'm staying in the country, there's a probability one day it will disappear. One day it will collapse. So I want you to see the pictures from two views. Gaza almost destroyed, 100% destroyed. The people still say we want to stand there, rebuild our country. One day we will win. There is no doubt about this. Israeli people, they have all this support from all around the world, and they doubt one day that they have the doubt that their country one day will be collapsed. And there is ayah from Quran, إن تكونوا تعلمون فإنهم يعلمون كما تعلمون وترجون من الله ما لا يرجون. If you are feeling or you are facing the pain, suffering, they are suffering as you are suffering, but you hope from Allah things that they don't hope for. صدق الله العظيم. That's it. Thank you. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
Thank you very much, Dr. Aziz, for this interesting speech and the presentation. Now we move to the next presenter, Dr. Azzam Abuhabib, on the topic, That Was Our House, a Gazan Dairy During the Genocide. الآن يلا.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Good afternoon, everyone. Almost afternoon. And Assalamu alaikum. I am very much delighted to be with you and to present, I cannot say a study, rather it's a sort of human experience. It's my personal observation, my personal experience being in Gaza, surviving this genocide with my family, with my kids and wife, and also, to be frank, documenting almost whatever I could. And I will start by saying that I wrote this book on my mobile because during that time I had no pen, I had no disk, you know. I was just like using the journal, an app, just trying to write whatever I was seeing in daily basis. So this is basically the book about. I managed to author the book and then publish it, thankfully, with one of the Syrian publishers after I left Gaza in May, right before the Rafah incursion. And the title is basically representing the sentence of almost every Gazan. Every Gazan is saying this word. Every Gazan is saying this sentence. That was our house. Because basically, we no longer have houses. It was completely destroyed. So at the beginning, I was like, I didn't know how to name, what to title the book. But then it came to my mind when I saw my own house rubble. I was able to visit. Unfortunately, now it's behind the yellow line, so no one can go there. But right before I travel, I went to the rubble of my house with my mother and with my kids, and that came to my mind that I should, write something about it. So basically, this is the title. Just كيف oh, okay. It's not changing. No. Oh, okay. Let's
خلاص لازم نبي نسمع الكلام هذا خلص مشكلة تجسسين.
Okay. Let's see. هاي presentation.
الدعوة invitation. Okay. مش تبغى خلاص انت بالماوس انت بيدك ايوه بيدك كده.
Okay. So right on the very day of 7th of October, I was at my house. My kids were like wearing their uniform, going to school, and all of a sudden things changed, and we like saw life, the missiles, everything, and I think everybody knows the story, so I will not go through it. On the sort of literature, actually writing is one of the powerful tools that we as Palestinians use ever since the Nakba in 1948. And here I may cite one of the really figures in Palestine, an author named Yusri Al-Ghul, and I think some in the room at least read his books, and he's still there, and he is writing about the genocide, about his experience, almost similar like what I did. Another one is Aya Abu Nasser, who also wrote a book about her family surviving a strike from an Israeli warplane, taking away, I think, 29 of her family members. So basically, this is the book. It's in Arabic. I've been trying to like have it translated, but then unfortunately I was not able to. But I'm still open, and I'd like to have it translated, not because it's my writing, but because it documents the genocide, and every single word in it is real. Every single story there is not a fairy tale. It's a real experience of human in Gaza. So I selected 3 stories out of it. One is the displacement, the word, frankly, I hate the most. And I very much like that this word is taken out from the language, because ever since I was born to someone who had been displaced. My late father was born in 1946, lived just 2 years, and then he was kicked out from our old town, old city, Ashdod, came to Gaza, went out from Gaza to study, prevented from being back because of the 1967 war, and then spent most of his life away, and then came back in like 1999. We built together that house that was destroyed. Thankfully, alhamdulillah, he passed away in 2022. He didn't witness this horrific event. So this is about the displacement, which I experienced, by the way, in 2014. This is not the first time, but literally in this war, I was like running for my life. From East Khan Yunis, West Khan Yunis, then Rafah, then coming back to Khan Yunis, and then moved to Egypt, then coming to Malaysia. So it's like, it's the displacement all the time. The other one, which is maybe many of you did not experience, I think everyone did not experience other than those in Gaza, which is the noisy background. The drones 24/7. That noise is huge, I can tell you. You know, I was working sometimes as a trainer and as a consultant, and I used to start my session as an icebreaker. I would ask the trainees, what music background in your life you would select? And they will start saying, you know, that song, this song, you know, but I've never imagined that this will be almost forever, the music background of my life, of everyone's life, of my son, of my daughter. And it's noisy in a way, even without targeting anyone. It's just the noise inside, you know? You cannot sleep, you cannot focus, you can do nothing. You always think of this drone up there. And then another story, which is I very much introduced at the beginning, which is the house. And for me, the house is not only the house I was living in. I'm an engineer. I designed the every single part of the house. So the house was like my son, you know? And I started developing, renovating, improving the house from 2007 until it was like finished in 2023. Just 2 months, I felt like, you know, I'm done. And I'm still paying some of the you know, payments even now, even if it is destroyed. But you know, I have to pay back you know, the rented money that I used to build the house. Now, I'm not complaining. I'm saying this so that you know there are 2.2 million living this horrific situation, and they are yet to survive. And maybe what I'm saying now is quite like nothing compared to what they are going through now. There are some other stories that I didn't mention, which is basically the tent, and because I stayed in the tent for 2 months, only 2 months. And what you've seen yesterday or the 3 days before, the flood, the rain, the wind, I've experienced it. And one of the nights I woke up and the water was almost inside, and we were like fighting, you know, struggling so that we keep what we have, because what we have is the only thing that we have. If you lose something in Gaza, you cannot go to the market and buy. There's nothing. So this is basically like the treasure, you know, for you. So, and the other thing with the tent, which I also caught in one of the story, is that there are no walls. So you cannot sit. You can never have your back, you know, in a wall. It's like something very, not only bad, but humiliated, you know. Starvation is very humiliated. It's not only that you feel starved, but you feel humiliated. So these kind of feelings I put in the book in a way so that the people can feel. And yes, we are still there. People are still there. You think that they are surviving, but they are broken. They are really broken in a way that's really hard for them to come back. And so every single day that this situation goes on, they will collapse in some point. I don't know when. And then they are no longer the legends that we can talk about. I think I've talked the most of it of the conclusion, and these are my references. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and that's it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Azzam. Wonderful presentation and memory. So I think now we have to stop here because we do not have much time for the Jum'ah prayer and also for the lunch. The lunch is provided outside. And after that, we will continue our next session at 2, inshallah, at 2 p.m., our next session. Thank you so much. See you at 2.
ايش
أخيرا خلصت. سبحان الله، وقف الموضوع عندكم. ده وقف.
مين طب الاندونيسية هاي ولا الاندونيسية
الجنسية هذه حتكمل بعد الظهر. بس يعني ممكن تخليها بعدك، مش قبلك زي ما يكون نشوف. يوسف محمود جاهز؟ دكتور محمود مصطفى دكتور محمود بده يطلع. دكتور محمود الحرتاني. He is going to join live. Yeah, not recorded, live, yeah. Not yet. Yusuf, ask him to join, he's not there. Not yet. هو سامعنا؟ He's not there, Yusuf. لسه ما انضاف. Yeah, we're still waiting with him. Yes, he just joined. Yeah, he just joined.
مرحبا يعطيكم العافية.
We can't display his photo.
يعطيكم العافية. السلام عليكم.
عليكم السلام ورحمة الله.
مساء الخير، صباح الخير، صباح الخير من الدوحة، مساء الخير من كوالالمبور. يعطيكم العافية.
Can't display his photo.
يعطيكم العافية. السلام عليكم.
عليكم السلام ورحمة الله.
مساء الخير، صباح الخير من الدوحة، مساء الخير من كوالالمبور. مساء الخير، صباح الخير.
Why recording? دكتور محمود لو سكر اللايف اللي عندك، سكر الفيديو ريكوردنج اللي عندك.
تمام.
دكتور محمود لو سكر اللايف اللي عندك.
سكرته تمام، معلش احنا اسفين.
سكر الفيديو ريكوردنج اللي عندك.
اسكر الفيديو ريكوردنج من عندي. اوكي تمام.
دكتور محمود لو سكر اللايف اللي عندك.
سكرته تمام، معلش احنا اسفين.
Why keep repeating?
اسكر الفيديو ريكوردنج من عندي.
دكتور محمود سامعني؟
سامعك منيح.
طب ممتاز، ابدأ.
Hello everyone and thank you all for this opportunity. Thank you دكتور محمد.
دكتور محمود سامعني؟
سامعك منيح.
Disconnected. Better voice control to you.
Hello everyone and
assistant just to close it.
This opportunity. Thank you.
This is the AI.
دكتور محمد
شو الجوال؟ مع الكاميرا الوسطى يو اس بي بس. دكتور محمود سامعني؟ دكتور محمود سامعني؟
سامعك منيح، بس الصوت غريب، تكرار كثير جدا، الصدى كثير.
دكتور محمود سامعني؟ دكتور محمود سامعني؟
سامعك بس الصوت غريب، تكرار كثير جدا،
ممكن تحاول تبدأ؟ لا هذا ممكن تحاول تبدأ؟
اوكي.
ماشي خلاص.
ايوه.
Okay. Good morning, good evening, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry. My topic today is media and necropolitics in Palestine, a narrative account. What I'm going to talk about is what is narrativity, types of narratives, how narratives work, and narrative and necropolitics, and some takeaways. My main work the main work that I'm going to base my analysis on is Mona Baker's framework of translation and conflict, a narrative account, 2006. Why Mona Baker's framework is important? Because unlike critical discourse analysis, it is more detailed when it comes to translation, media, and I'm going to talk about trans-editing, journalating, and these newly coined terms in the field of intercultural communication, where conflicts are sometimes not understandable simply because of the linguistic imperialism that encroaches upon the recipients and the senders themselves. To use Said's idea of discourse borrowed from Foucault, where everybody is a prisoner or arrested or under the spell of a huge discourse that frame their work. Mona Baker draws some of her ideas in her book on historian Hayden White, The Content of the Form, where she actually creates her framework with the objective of alternative or decolonial frameworks where form is important for story, narrating, and formulation. Can I ask, everybody hears me? Am I fine?
Yes, exactly. Yes, correct. Yeah.
Excellent.
You can move the slide, by the way.
Okay. So starting with narrativity is not just a way of telling history. It is actually how history becomes intelligible. The relationship to media is that any event is a historical event, which is not with intrinsic meaning, and that acquires coherence only through narrative emplotment, which is a key word in Hayden White's framework. He says the historical text is not a mere representation of past events, but a complex literary artifact. Like historians, journalists, trans-editors play a role in turning a chaotic sequence of facts into a meaningful story. When we talk about journalists, I am actually highlighting the angle in which the news are not only conveyed within within one language, but also within different languages. And when it comes to Palestinian plight, the Palestinian struggle for freedom, when it comes to the genocide taking place in Gaza, things happen in Arabic sometimes take different angle in English through what we call journalating, that is journalist translation, trans-editing, where even if a journalator sometimes, a journalist translator, if a journalator based in Gaza, for instance, would provide real time reporting, trans editors, the editor who translates also, who knows the language of the sending ground, sometimes does what is called trans editing, what we call in Arabic at-tahrir, at-tarjami. All these relate to the way things are narrated. Public and personal narratives are two types that Muna Baker in her book classifies, and another two narratives are the conceptual and the meta narrative. So she talks about 4 types of narratives: personal narrative, public narrative, and conceptual narrative, and meta narrative. Her definition of narratives are the public and personal stories that we subscribe to and that guide our behavior. They are the stories we tell ourselves, not just those we explicitly tell other people about the worlds in which we live. The types of narratives, as mentioned before: personal narrative, public narrative, conceptual narrative, meta narrative. The relationship between these narratives and the situation in Gaza, the media situation, the way reporting is taking place, is actually important. And we will come to this when we discuss the triangle of dehumanization, demonization, and decivilianization. But let me start with the definition, a quick definition of each type of these narratives, just to situate them in context. Personal narratives are stories, so sometimes she calls them ontological narratives. Stories told by individuals to situate themselves in a larger social context and to give themselves an identity and their life a meaning. Public narratives, that stories we are told as a group of people by different institutions, governmental and non-governmental, to socialize us into certain beliefs and conceptions about ourselves and about others. Conceptual narratives are defined as the stories and explanations that scholars in any field elaborate for themselves and others about their object of inquiry. And the meta-narratives actually are the master narratives in which we are embedded as contemporary actors in history and as social scientists. Now, all these narratives are at play in the case of world media vis-a-vis Palestine. How is that? A journalator, for instance, a journalist translator, a trans editor, an editor translator, if she or he subscribe to one of these narratives, then it will inform their decision regarding the way the event is presented and the actors are represented in their report. The triangle of dehumanization, demonization, and decivilization is entangled with these public, personal, public, conceptual, and meta-narratives. Sometimes you have your own personal narrative that contradicts the public narrative, or as a scholar you can have your conceptual narrative that is not in line with a public or a meta narrative, and here is the conflict. But again, when we look at the situation in mainstream media around the world, all of these narratives actually feed into this triangle of dehumanization, demonization, and disvillainization of Palestinians, where politics of death, necropolitics as it is were. Dr. Masalha in his talk talked about settler colonialism being distinguished not by exploitation, but by elimination. How can you eliminate a people? You need a huge framework. You need a network of concepts that actually dehumanize, demonize, and not only that, decivilianize the indigenous people that are targeted, in our case, Palestinians, and the genocide taking place, not only in Gaza, also a slow genocide taking place in the West Bank and to the Palestinians inside Israel, Palestine 1948, through laws, through biopower, through necropolitics. All these are operating against the natives in Palestine. Why I actually highlight decivilianization and connect it to dehumanization? Simply because it connects mainly to the conceptual narrative. If public narratives work more into demonization and dehumanization, together with personal narratives, together with meta-narratives, for scholars, they have to work on concepts. So decivilianization is a term used by UN human rights bodies in relation to Israel's genocidal politics in Palestine, and it refers to the treatment of Palestinians as a collective incarcerable threat in an effort to strip them of their status of protected persons. And here we can talk about a lot of things: human shielding, human screening, as mentioned in the book by Neve Gordon and Nicola Perugini about human shields, a history of people on the line of fire. So if we talk about personal narratives, dehumanization is present. There is a connection between the personal narrative, that soldier that kills and sometimes dedicates the exploding of a house to his daughter in her birthday. He has this personal narrative about himself and about the other, the Palestinian whose house is demolished upon his and his family heads. So these are also connected to demonization. Personal narratives, public narratives are also connected with together with meta-narrative. But why I focus on decivilianization, which actually the credit goes for Francesca Albanese, who first theorized, to my knowledge, to my best knowledge, theorized the idea of decivilianization. If dehumanization, demonization take place at the level of personal narrative, public narrative, meta-narrative, then this is theorized and substantiated by scholars. And here we talk about universities, academia, that make these personal narrative and public narrative digestible by other scholars, by judges. These people in Gaza are human shields, then they lose their protection. This is decivilianization. This partially explains why necropolitics in Palestine goes unpunished and non-stoppable despite all sorts of solidarity across the globe. We see the demonstrations in Italy, in Spain, in London as well, where millions of people had been demonstrating. Why is this solidarity not producing real solution for the Palestinian plight? Simply because there is a huge network of narratives that encroach upon the decision-making circles around the world, specifically, of course, unfortunately, in the West, where decolonization is important. And I've seen some of your colleagues working on decolonization, which is a very, very important aspect. For people who might not know necropolitics, and I would like actually to highlight this concepts of necropolitics, where sovereign powers control over life, death, and the conditions of visibility, memory, and communication, creation of death worlds, where populations are rendered socially dead while physically alive. Achille Mbembe is a Cameroonian thinker, and he believes that when he analyzes necropolitics around the world, he takes Palestine as one clear case of necropolitics. And one definition, one description he makes is that he described what is described by Ilya Zoreq, as mentioned in the book by Dr. Masalha and Saadi, digital occupation. He calls it occupation of the skies, where as if Israel is acting like God. They control everything, all resources, air, floor, ground, earth, seas. So now the way Gaza is digitally occupied is not accidental. Sometimes when the BBC, for instance, and this was a research I conducted, but I didn't want to burden you with the details. When the BBC, for instance, covers or reports the electricity blackout, not so many people sometimes are aware that for the last 2 years, the last 2 years and a half maybe, there is no electricity in Gaza, which means these people are totally or near totally disconnected from the world. And what we hear is 1/10 of what is happening to them there. Not accidental. This is not accidental, but a calculated strategy of infrastructural warfare to sever Gaza from the world during intensified bombing. Destruction of telecom is a deliberate act to silence Palestinians, make them invisible, material destruction fused with epistemic erasure. And here we talk about epistemological injustice, which is actually important. What to do now? What to do? I drew on Dr. Baker's work because she herself is an activist. And in my research, and I think Dr. Masalha has been doing this for a while now, and his book, Decolonizing the Study of Palestine, Indigenous Perspectives and Settler Colonialism, after Ilya Zoreq, is groundbreaking and a good example of how the native should claim or reclaim their voices. We had names before Dr. Masalha, Edward Said, now Mona Baker, and we have Rashid Khaldi. These voices must be given more floor around the world, and I'm happy that Dr. Masalha's work is being translated into Arabic. I followed you, Dr. Masalha, for a while now, and Mabruk, your translation to Malay. We need more exposure, and this is in line with what is called now the movement of decolonization. Even there are decolonizing methodologies. We don't want to be always arrested and following what is given to us from the West. This is why we have to draw on people with experiences like us from Latin America, like Boaventura dos Santos, Manello, Mbibi, Masalha, Edward Said, and the rest. And let me finish with this token of appreciation to Puan Sari, dear Normah, Hashim. Thank you very much for all what you do. And let me remember here my colleague and lifelong friend, Dr. Larair, who actually was a pioneer in decolonial writing with his book In the Picture, It's Not Clear, Gaza Writes Back. And hopefully we keep writing back and narrating our story until Israel as a Zionist entity is dismantled and the freedom for Palestinians is attained. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mahmoud, for your thought-provoking and interesting presentation. So now our next presenter, Arum Rumaesih from Indonesia, on selective solidarities, global double standard in political responses to Gaza and Ukraine.
Oke, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hamdan wa syukran lillah amma ba'du. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is El-Mansi. Today, I'm honored to present our paper, the title about selective solidarities.
Okay. Can you hear us? Continue.
Selective solidarities, global double standards in political response to Gaza and Ukraine. This paper is collaboration between this paper by Islamic State University of Sunan Gunung Jati Bandung and Diponegoro University. We explore a profound contradiction in the international system, the sharply different response given the two simultaneous conflict by global institutions. So let us start by identifying the fundamental contradiction in the international order. Institution claim the commitment to universal principle, the UN Charter, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and the Geneva Conventions, yet persistent selectivity marks their humanitarian responses to mass violence. This contradiction is unmistakable both in rhetoric and reality. Next slide. Let us examine some concrete facts in Ukraine after Russia's invasions. The UN convened an emergency session. Passing resolution is 11 to 1 with 141 votes in favor, only 5 against, and 35 abstaining, an exceptional consensus. Over 50 countries imposed sanctions within days. Russia was disconnected from SWIFT. Assets were frozen and strict export control followed. The US alone deployed more than $75 billion in military aid. Well, the ICC issued as warrants for Russian leader in less than a month. In Gaza, research from the Lens revealed over 6,400 deaths between October 2023 and June 2024, mostly civilians, yet the Security Council failed to pass substantive resolutions blocked by repeated US vetoes. No comparable sanctions exist against Israel. Well, US military assistance continues annually at $3 to $8 billion with minimal humanitarian conductions. So next slide. To understand this, we reference and plus colonial theory, critical geopolitical and discourse analysis. Post-colonial theory reveals that international law involved through colonial projects, establishing persistent hierarchies. Critical geopolitics show knowledge production as fundamentally social and political. Media framing is deeply structural, not incidental. We ask, is selectivity a division or inherent future or international law? Slide before about research questions. So our research explored the dimension, the first how the institutional response differ for Ukraine and Gaza in diplomacy sections, military support and legal action. So the second question is what structural and discourse factors normalize these inequalities. And the last, how does transnational civil society activism challenge institutional inertia and what are the limits? And next, the theoretical framework. We really want to remind theoretical pillars. The first is post-colonial theory highlight persistent hierarchies. The critical geopolitics analyze how spatial imaginaries drive different treatment. And Judith Butler grievably reminds us that some lives are rendered memorable, of others abstract statistics in global discourse. So the next methodology, we combine comparative political analysis and critical discourse analysis. Data search includes UN spots, sanctioned documents, military aid figures, ICC and ICC proceeding, over 200 media texts from outlets such as BBC, CNN, and Al Jazeera. So 40 governance statement and taking of civil society movement. A discourse dimension are studied, including language, agency, metaphor, and gravely. So yes, institutional asymmetry. How the response is Ukraine received rapid diplomatic action, 4 days to UN consensus. Economy sanctions is from 50 plus countries, and ICC warrants in 30 months and fast military supports. So Gaza face system fragmentations by repeated US vetoes, fragmented sanction, delay legal actions, and ongoing aid with limited condition. So next, discoursive asymmetry. Next slide. Language also marks this difference. Invention from Ukraine war or conflict for Gaza. So war crimes for Russia and allegations for Israel. So genocide occasionally applied to Russia but excludes for Gaza, despite the ICC recognizing credible risks. Ukraine victims are personalized. Gazan victims mostly reduced to statistic. Some deeds matter morally, others remain abstract. So next, about civil society activism. Here, transnational mobilization has been unprecedented. The All Eyes on Rafah campaign saw over 50 million Instagram posts in 3 weeks. Student movement demand university divestment, professional bodies issued resolution, medical works documented system destruction, will unions protested Israel cargo. Paradoxically, Palestinian activism exceeded Ukrainian efforts, but civil institutional response very little. And next, how the explaining selectivity and implication. Why does selectivity persist? It reflects geopolitical interests. Russia is an adversary, Israel is a key ally. Structural, next slide. US fought power systematically seals Israel. Colonial legacy, Ukraine is European, Palestine is other. Discourse patterns normalize the double standard. Heroic defense versus terror. Personalized tragedy versus animal statistic. Selective solidarity is not an aberration, but is a structural victory on the system. And the conclusion and the colonial frameworks is our findings how the selectivity, solidarity expose the deep imbrication of international law in conclusion structures, serving interests more than universal principle. Persistent veto of power undermine accountability. Colonial hierarchies continue despite formal decollusion. So description the credibility of international law. The change required an epistemological shift, centering global South perspective, structural reform of fatah power, and equal application of humanitarian law. They conclude there is a real institutional asymmetry. Ukraine received comprehensive support. Gaza faced system fragmentation. Identical situation received different language with genocide excludes even after ICC rulings. Grassroots mobilization reached level never seen but had limited impact on global policy. Theoretical contribution, selectivity, solidarity is a core, not a essential feature of colonial international system. Okay, that's enough for me. Thank you so much for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Arum. Thank you very much for your impactful presentation. Now we move next to the next presenter, Dr. Belal Alakhras, Gaza War and Reconfiguration of Middle Eastern Regional Order. Just stop it for you.
Assalamu alaikum. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you to Madam Normah, Prof. Nazari, and the team for organizing this conference. It's my pleasure today to be with such distinguished guests here, scholars, students, and all of the people who are part of this conference. As for today, I will be presenting my research on the consequences of the Gaza war at the regional level. First and foremost, I have to acknowledge that many of us will think that this war is connected to catastrophe, which is true. We are talking about 70,000 Palestinians who have been killed, and much of Gaza has been destructed. But also we need to look into and to consider all of the aspects, see the big picture there, and so we can judge and see what is evolving in relation to the Gaza war. In fact, this Israeli action, this Israeli genocide will tell us that there was something, major things are happening, and that created and generated that response from Israel. So as for our research, the title here, as you can see, it's Strategic Inversion, Palestinian Agency and the Reconfiguration of Middle East Regional Order post October 7. First, let me ask about or introduce the puzzle that we are talking about here. The main question that we are addressing today is that how has a military inferior resistance movement precipitated comprehensive strategic consequences for a technologically advanced regional power, which is Israel. That is our puzzle for today. And the answer here, first, before we go into the details, that the answer that lies in that the Palestinian Agency is recognized in this research as a structural force in the region. And this agency operates across multiple dimensions. We are talking about military resistance, sumud, steadfastness, diplomatic mobilization, and also narrative contestation. To analyze this, we first look into the available theoretical frameworks. So we see what can we use so we can understand this phenomenon that we are talking about. If you look into and you see the conventional international relations theory, we see here that the main pattern is a state-centric framework. Basically, here we are talking about that state power, superior military power, will automatically translate into a strategic advantage, which we don't see in this case. Another framework that we also address in this study is the settler colonial studies. We are talking here about what Patrick Wolf termed as logic of elimination. This logic of elimination is basically that settlers come to stay and to replace the indigenous people and create new societies. However, when we look into the Palestinian case, we see here that this logic is limited in this case. It doesn't explain what is happening in Palestine. We are talking about here 77 years since the Nakba, and the number of Palestinians is more than the Israelis in historic Palestine. More than 7,400,000 Palestinians are living inside Palestine, inside the Gaza Strip, West Bank, Jerusalem, and also what we call the area was occupied in 1948. So here also this framework doesn't explain what we are talking about today. So in this research, we are proposing a framework which we call strategic inversion. And we follow this methodology of a process tracing. So we see and we examine the causal mechanisms from October 7, 2023 through late 2025. So to understand the rupture that we are talking about in the Middle East, we look into what was before the October 7th and what happened after. Before October 7th, that we have certain patterns and themes that we can examine here. We are talking about the Abraham Accords in the Middle East, and these accords, we are not talking about only documents. It was an attempt to bypass the Palestinian issue, that Israel can be integrated in the region and the Palestinian question will be marginalized forever. It will be just as a catastrophe, as a humanitarian issue that doesn't have any political aspect, because most of the regional powers are or were on the way to integrate and have normal relationship with Israel. That was the hope from the Israeli side. So that is one theme that we can see before October 7th. Also, we have the assumed deterrence on the Israeli side. Israel felt that it was invincible. I mean, that no one can challenge Israel. The region was preoccupied with internal conflicts. The enemy of the region was Iran. That was the projection there. And Israel was considered as the ally of the United States. And no one can challenge the Israeli dominance in the region. It has the sophisticated military power. It has the technological tools, and it was even exporting its experience and its technology to other countries. So no one, Israel thought that even the Palestinians, they could never do anything to Israel because the Palestinians were also preoccupied with their internal differences. So that is the second. The third is the marginalization of Palestinians and the Palestinian issue. So the Palestinian issue will be perceived as an issue that is with some humanitarian aspect. The Palestinians are poor, they are lacking basic things, and then Israel will allow certain amount of necessities, supplies, only that will be the topic of negotiation between the Palestinians and the Israelis. So the two-state solution even was not on the table. So these are the things that pre-October 7. However, after the 7th of October, we can see this, what we term as the strategic inversion. We look into 4 dimensions here. The first is the shattering of Israel deterrence pillar. Here we can see that what the majority of the region understood after the 7th of October, that Israel can be challenged, can be attacked. When you look into Hamas and what it did on the 7th of October, Hamas is a very small group in terms of military power, but it could challenge Israel and took it, surprise Israel with just a few hundreds of like we call them military, not military personnel, but rather as fighters, as resistance fighters. So they could challenge Israel on that day, and that what motivated other regional forces, non-state actors in the region, to also engage in that war. The consequences was not as was estimated in the beginning, but you can see that there was a multi-front engagement with Israel from Lebanon, from Iraq, from Iran, from Syria, from Yemen, and even some of the operations were conducted from Jordan and from Egypt. So you can see that this deterrence was not as before. And until now, Israel is still engaged with all of these regional fronts. As you can see here, that Israel was counting on its deterrence while it was improving its position in the region. However, we can see that the vulnerability of Israel was clear since October 2023. We have the multi-front battles that erupted after that. The accumulating cost. Israel, before the 7th of October, was thriving in terms of economy. But you can see here that the number of Israeli casualties, the displacement even of some Israelis, hundreds of thousands of Israelis from the south and also from the north, they were displaced. And also we can see the infrastructure damage that was imposed on many parts of the area occupied by Israel. And last is the strategic attrition. Israel has been involved in this strategic attrition. There is no defeat, total defeat of Israel's enemy in this war. Israel has the power, but it didn't manage to defeat all of its enemies. So it is still in this circle and this cycle of attrition since then. So you can see here that the Palestinian steadfastness and regional solidarity, together with all of the actions against Israel, imposed a cost as Israel was operating outside conventional military matrix. Israel used to have its own war on its own terms, just fast and very short wars that it conducted before that. But since then, we are talking about 2 years and things are not settled yet. We have also the collapse of normalization, as we just discussed earlier, the public opinion in the region. And here we are talking about the impact of this public opinion on the governments. We know that some of the regional countries, they are allied to the West, to Israel. But when you can see these numbers, these figures from the region, that about 90% of the people who were surveyed during these 2 years, they don't even recognize, they don't even support the recognition of Israel in the region. And here is the third finding, which is very important, that here we are talking about the intensification of regional adversary mobilization. Before the 7th of October, we were talking about the stability of the region in terms of Israel. Israel is surviving, Israel is dealing with the region, but here after that, the the region felt that Israel is on the position of enmity. That here the region also mobilized towards the Israel, as Israel was considered as the enemy. You can see this while we are looking into the multi-front pressure on Israel, the economic disruption, and most importantly, that the regional realignment and also military build-up. Israel was almost the major power in the region that can initiate wars and attack its own enemies. Now you can see this seriousness towards Israel is all over the region. It's not only Israel is the actor in the region. You have other actors, and many of the countries in the region started to build up their own military capabilities. So they spent much more on their advancement of weapons. That can be seen in Turkey, in Iran, and many other countries in the region, because they felt they are threatened than ever after what happened and all of the events that we witnessed in the last 2 years. And also here we can see the emergence of multipolarity and declining Western influence. So here you can see that in the region, Israel is not the only actor in the region. It's not the center of the region. And also Israel was counting on the Western support, that the United States will support Israel whatever it does. And also anyone in the region wants to reach to the United States will come through the gate of Israel. That is different now. You got multiple powers in the region. Not only one actor is acting. You got other actors in the region that they are starting to also engage with in military and also in diplomacy. And you can see in the last agreement, the ceasefire in Gaza, it was not only one country that was involved in the process. We have Qatar, Turkey, Egypt, the United States. So you are not talking about one definite regional power or international power will act in this case. You got so many who will also intervene in the region and also have their own impact there. For the theoretical contribution, we are talking here about the challenging state-centric IR theory, because before this, the conventional frameworks emphasize that material capabilities alone can explain what is the dynamic between in terms of the relation between countries and what is happening in the international platform. However, in the international landscape. However, now we can see even non-state actors. Here we can see the case of Hamas and other non-state actors in the region. They can influence the region. And even here in Malaysia, we are talking about this case 5,000 kilometers from the region. So we can see that how one non-state actor can influence and reshape the course and the landscape in the region. Also, when it comes to the settler colonial studies, here we usually classic theory developed from the cases that can be termed as successful settler cases in the US, Australia, New Zealand, and other cases, because the majority are the settlers. But here in Palestine, what we can see that the logic of elimination, which is the cornerstone of settler colonialism, is not successful. We call it a failed elimination in the case of Palestine, because here we can see after 77 years, still the Palestinians are there, and even they influence the actions of Israel. And one of the findings of this study, that Israel acted as in a reactive way in these 2 years. So you can see the indigenous power here, the indigenous agency, how can they influence the settler colonial framework, which is not very obvious in the old studies and old literature of settler colonial studies. And also we come up here with the strategic inversion with the 4 dimensions that we discussed earlier. the modalities of Palestinian agency, we can see in the armed resistance, diplomatic mobilization, sumud, steadfastness, and narrative contestation. Here we can see the implication and future trajectories in this case, that the Palestinian question has been recentered, the limits of military solution, and the situation is unsustainable. That is one of the major outcomes of this war that we can see in the region. And also the strategic bankruptcy for Israel has been revealed, because Israel at the end couldn't achieve what it has aimed to do for all over these decades, and most intensively in the last 2 years. It has tried everything, but it failed to achieve what it wanted to finish in these 2 years. So in the end, that this study has demonstrated that the Palestinian agency manifested through armed resistance, civilian steadfastness, and also transnational solidarity and support, has precipitated comprehensive reversal in Israel's regional position. You can see here that the Palestinian agency can be seen in the military resistance as it shattered deterrence, in terms of steadfastness, that the Palestinian case here denies the elimination logic that we can see here, and also the diplomatic mobilization elevated the international pressure, and also narrative contestation that delegitimized settler colonial claims. With that, I end. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Belal, for this interesting presentation. Now we move to the next presenter, Dr. Yusuf Al-Jamal, Gaza and my worst experience, or my worst nightmare.
Wait, give me a second. I'm trying to have it for you. I need to use this because here. Use it. Let me just open this one for you. Yusuf Al-Jamal. Yes.
Thank you very much. And it's a pleasure to be here, to be back in Kuala Lumpur yet again. Feels like this is my Hajj to Kuala Lumpur, doing it every year. So I feel like academia freezes when we talk about Gaza, especially if you're from Gaza, if you grow up in Gaza. And I feel it's important to share the personal experience of Palestinians in Gaza within an academic context. The stories of people on the ground, storytelling, a tradition started by the late Palestinian intellectual Dr. Rafat Al-Air, is important today because there is a war on Palestinian memory, collective memory, that aims to erase our stories, our memories of Gaza, our streets, our universities, schools, hospitals, friends, our frustration even with Gaza. I would sometimes feel frustrated when, you know, I was in Gaza living under the siege. But we still loved Gaza like no other city in Palestine. And we're not biased. There's something special about Gaza. Like once you visit, once you live there, you'll get out of Gaza, but Gaza doesn't get out of you. There's something particular about this city that you feel angry about, but you still love. It could be the spices that Dr. Noor mentioned, the old trade, the spices that made it to Arabia through the Gaza seaport. Could be the long history of this city where all invaders were defeated, trying to capture Gaza and to be in Gaza. So Gaza is not just another city. It is an exceptional city in many different ways. And that's why we love it. We love the sea of Gaza. We love the smell of Gaza, the air of Gaza, the people of Gaza. And sometimes, as I said, we feel frustrated with the city and the conditions and the engineering of Israel's siege, and later genocide and starvation, which is normal. So during the genocide, and many Palestinians from Gaza who live outside Gaza shared the same experience. It was very difficult to keep sane, knowing that you have family there, you have memories that were erased. And even looking at the genocide itself from the beginning and the statements made by Israeli politicians describing Palestinians as human animals, threatening to cut off electricity, water, internet, and all services and food. And I mean, like, we never got enough amount of food. It was always calculated. The calories entering Gaza were always calculated. Suggested that Israel was going to, or was justifying committing a genocide. This is how I felt. I felt horrified after I heard these statements, and I knew that a nightmare will unfold in Gaza very soon. I was so scared, not because I had family there, not because I grew up there, not because I had everything there, like my friends, my memories. I spent 23 years in Gaza before leaving Gaza, so that's like a considerable amount of time to be connected to a place. But because I knew that there will be something big, similar to the catastrophe of 1948. That was my initial judgment, based on statements by Israeli politicians who quoted the Bible to justify a crime in the making, an international crime of genocide. And in this process, I have lost many friends. Some of them were in Malaysia with me when I studied in Malaysia. Some of them were neighbors, and many of them were family members, direct family members. So I come from a relatively small family of about 250, 300 people. I'm talking about my Gaza family. So that's not really huge in Gaza standards. They're way bigger families. And about 65 people in my extended family were killed during the genocide. So this is a considerable number. And this is the case for many families in Gaza. And the psychological impact of processing the genocide was huge. Like every day, and I'm sure many Palestinians feel the same way. I have to repeat this again and again. That's not a unique experience. Woke up to horrifying news every day. They woke up in the middle of the night checking their phones for news because of nightmares they had. So every day felt like a nightmare that something bad might happen to our families, our loved ones. And every day I checked the news. Sometimes I would wake up multiple times during the night, checking the news to make sure that at least my direct family is fine. physically fine. I mean, no one was fine in Gaza. People were displaced, they were starved. And the fact that they lived under bombardment for 2 years is in and of itself a huge challenge, a huge suffering. I wanted to make sure that they were safe physically, that they were not targeted, they were not killed, injured, or displaced. And this process was extremely exhausting, mentally consuming, but it was a necessary process to cope with the unfolding tragic news of the genocide. So in this process, I also read the names of my friends being killed, my school being targeted, the roads I walked, the streets I walked being destroyed. So even in that process, I wasn't completely like isolated, or I didn't feel completely satisfied that my family was, until certain time in the genocide, was physically fine or safe. Because in the process, I also saw horrible things. I saw people literally torn into pieces, and some of them were friends, neighbors, teachers. But again, I had to do that every day until the worst nightmare that I had, that my family was targeted. And the targeting of my family took place, and like it wasn't like once. It happened multiple times during the genocides, with the murder of my sister in 2024. And then the targeting of my other sister's apartment, killing her, her husband, and 2 children, her only a child surviving with fractures. I got introduced to the concept of only surviving child, injured child, only surviving child in the family. That happened with my sister's child, who survived the airstrike, and the rest of her family were killed. See, this photo is of my younger brother, Aboud, or Abdalrahim is his name. We used to call him Aboud, and he played a major role in keeping the family together during the genocide. In fact, my other siblings called him Baba Aboud, because also my father passed away during the genocide. And so he played a major role in keeping the family together, looking for food during starvation, and trying to help the family as much as he could, fixing things in the house, and buying flour, and buying water, and even helping many other people. And Normah can speak of this, like distributing food in Gaza. So an Israeli airstrike targeted my, so it started with my older sister being killed with her husband, my uncle, and then my younger sister being killed with her 2 children and husband in August this year. And finally, the airstrike that targeted my parents' house on September 27, killing my brother Aboud. This is a video of him I will play later. This is his daughter. 2 of his daughters were killed. His wife and my sister Ghalia, her husband Yusuf, and their 2 children, and my brother-in-law, Dr. Khalid Aslan. So 9 family members. This is Huda. This is Aboud's daughter, older daughter. This is Heba, Huda and Zainab. These are the daughters of Aboud. They were killed in the airstrike. And I learned that when the airstrike targeted Aboud's apartment, Aboud was holding his baby, his child, in his arm. And the child had her pocket money in her arm, thinking of, going out the next day and buying some candies. Her body was found hundreds of meters away from our house, along with the body of her mom. Of course, these bodies were torn into pieces, and even I saw one of the neighbors posting on social media that day that so it was nighttime. It was about 4:15 a.m. in the morning. It was still dark. So one of the neighbors said, when it's daytime. When the light comes, please check the roofs of your houses, because bodies were scattered all over the neighborhood, and there might be more bodies. This is my niece Sham, who was killed in the airstrike along with her sister Hur. This is Hur in August. This is Maryam, who was killed with her parents and only sister. And this is Noor, who survived the airstrike in August, the only child in the family who was injured with the fractures, who had to live for the rest of her life with this trauma of losing her parents and two siblings. I'll just play this. I like this song of Aboud. He had a beautiful voice, and I don't know if I can play it here. I think I can't, but I can play it on my laptop. So when I enlarge it, it stops. So let's just say like that. Maximum.
اسمها من هون بس في ناس مستمعين.
Hello. Yeah, so these memories are important because there's a dehumanization war against Palestinians where we're reduced into numbers, and we're not numbers, as we always repeat. And these stories are important. This is a family that was targeted, eliminated. Some of my family members survived, and now they live in the same place that was targeted, because we say it's better than a tent. So these are people with stories, and again, I'm not sharing these stories because they're unique. As I said, this is just an example of a family that survived the genocide, and there are thousands of families that survived the genocide. I mean, they lost their lives in the genocide in Gaza, and one of them was Ra'ed Qaddura. Ra'ed was one of the visiting scholars at the Hashim Sani Center here, and one of the people who joined the efforts to establish the center. In fact, he designed the logo for the center. You see Palestine in Arabic. He did that, and he is a graduate of the University of Malaya. He got his PhD from UQM, and he returned back to Gaza. He was targeted and killed along with his family. About 53 members of his family, all his children, were killed in the airstrike. And finally, I want to conclude by sharing the most important story of Dr. Rifat Lar'ir. If you see this picture, it is in Helena's house. And this is the armchair of Helena, but once Rifat visited, it became Rifat's armchair. So, and we still call it as such until now, because Rifat took over the armchair and he liked it and he enjoyed it and he tried to stretch. And this was during the Gaza Rice Pack speaking tour in 2014. So Gaza Rice Pack is the first book that Rifat edited. And we toured the US with the help of Just Word Books that Helena started to talk about Gaza and storytelling and narrative. And again, Israel targeted Rifat because he challenged and debunked their lies and claims on social media. He trained an army of young Palestinians, writers and bloggers who wrote in English out of Gaza and he mocked Israel's narrative. In fact, he was able to anticipate what Israel is going to lie about in advance. He said Israel will find a copy of Hitler's autobiography somewhere and say, "Oh, we found it in Gaza," and they did that actually. And because he understood their propaganda very well, and he knew how to debunk it using his dark sense of humor. So Rifat had the greatest sense of dark humor, and many of you, at least 4 or 5 here in this hall, met Rifat in person. Israel decided to get rid of him physically, but instead of, you know, getting rid of him, his legacy became all over the world. Like wherever you go, you find people flying kites. That's Rifat's idea in his poem, If I Must Die, in solidarity with Palestine, writing his poetry. And he was visionary in many different ways, to the extent that he wrote some tweets that apply to our lives today. And he warned people against some liberal Zionists, saying, "Do not deal with this person. This is a liberal Zionist." And then people found that this person is a liberal Zionist. So he was very sharp. He was our teacher, our loved friend, and I just wanted to remember him. I edited a book titled If I Must Die. I collected his writings to honor him the same way he honored me when he was alive and after, even after he was murdered. And the book now became a bestseller. It sold 70,000 copies. But again, this is a drop in the ocean of what Rifat did to thousands of his students in Gaza. And what we do today, at least what my presentation is about, is a continuation of this legacy of storytelling, that we need to continue to tell these stories. And as part of this, at the Hashim Sani Center, we have published a book titled Displaced in Gaza that has stories of 27 Palestinians displaced in Gaza during the genocide. And now we are translating this book into more languages. We republished the book in the US with Haymarket, and we have more plans to tell more stories of people in Gaza. And I think this is the call of our time. If you remember the Nakba of 1948, many stories were lost because that generation passed away, and these stories were lost with that generation. And we have to document the experience of Palestinians in Gaza during the genocide now, because every day passes means that we will lose more of these stories. So we have to share these stories, because these stories have contributed to the shift we see today in public opinion. It didn't happen. It took us a genocide to get to this point. And it's not even enough. Like, there are some people who try to, especially Western governments, they're complicit. And once they said there's a ceasefire, they started saying, "Oh, we will resume our arms sales to Israel," as if everything is fine. So these stories change the hearts and minds of people. So please continue sharing these stories until Palestine is free. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Excellent.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yusuf, for this emotional and supportive presentation. So now we move to the next presenter, Dr. Johan Kurniawan, From Suffering to Meaning, a logotherapeutic perspective on Palestinian survival. He's going to present online.
There you are. Share screen.
By an attack on Palestinian identity systems. Despite this condition, Palestinians continue to endure a feeling that forms resilience.
Dr. Mahmoud, are you there? Dr. Mahmoud, can you hear us? He's already on this, but I think, not sure. He's, yeah. Okay. Salam, Dr. Mahmoud, can you hear us? We can't hear your voice. But now very good. Okay. We are pleased to have you again.
Thank you very much. Pleasure is mine.
No, not yet. The Q&A not yet, Yusuf. But you said he has some remarks.
Ask a question. So if you have a question, ask it now. What actually is the program?
So now we have another 3 presenters, but there's 3 presenters. But yes, but I mean the Q&A before, after that. Unfortunately, some of the presenters online are not ready. This is the main point.
So we can ask the Q&A until they are ready.
I think yes, maybe we can proceed with the Q&A session. Exactly. Can proceed with the Q&A session. Okay, Dr. Mahmoud. So now we open the floor for Q&A for the session we have just finished, session 2. Is there any question from the floor?
If there's nobody else,
Yeah, Prof. Yes.
Oh, yeah. All right. Thank you. Well, it's been so long, so I forgot who presented what and which question was for who. I will try. I think maybe for Dr. Mahmoud, first of all, I wanted to ask you a very simple question. Your use of narrative, and you talked about, I think, four types of narratives. My question is, how different is, what is the difference between narrative and ideology? Because it seems that you were using, the way you were using narrative, it has to do with a certain way of rationalizing or mastering reality, and then your interpretation of the world is based on how you understand reality, how you how you master it, how you rationalize, in other words, the world. You create a picture of the world, a narrative, if you will, and act accordingly, which is basically what is meant by ideology. So that's my my question. And I'm asking you about ideology because since you are reading The Myth of the Lazy Native by Said Hussein Alatas, so how do you think the idea or the concept of ideology fits in with your discussion on narrative?
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, Professor Farid. I'm happy you are here for the second year in the conference, and your presence is quite a contribution, actually.
I have a question too.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Dr. Mahmoud?
Yeah.
Dr. Mahmoud, can you just give us a few minutes, because there are some other people want to ask. Prof. Nazar, he want to ask one more question, then you can answer one time.
Okay, cool. Okay, yes. I'll wait.
Very straightforward, simple question. In some literature, should look at. I don't know where to look at. Look at it. Okay. In some literature, you see Palestinians refuse to use the word Israel. They use a Zionist entity, which I can understand, because when you use the word Israel, then you sort of recognize the state of Israel, which is actually not supposed to be recognized, since it was formed through massacres, through war crimes. The recognition of Israel was a mistake in history. So using the word Zionist entity is actually justified. Yes. But now people seems to be using it. Does it not? Is it not falling into the trap of using a false narrative? And so we are, by saying that, we are actually not doing things in the cause of Palestine by using the term Israel. Thank you.
Hope you read the question, Dr. Mahmoud. I hope you read the question, Dr. Mahmoud.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Nizari, for the question. I have two questions now. The one about narrative and ideology, and the one about what is in a name, Dr. Nizari. Well, for the first question, Dr. Farid, thank you very much. It's very important and enriching. For me, actually, I was thinking when I was doing the research about the overlap between discourse and narrative, which in my mind more connected than ideology and narrative. It didn't occur to my mind to compare between ideology and narrative. But from the top of my head, I feel that ideology and narratives maybe are the same, but the way with why I like the framework by Dr. Baker, it's a new one. It's a framework that has categories: the public narrative, the personal narrative, the conceptual narrative, the meta narrative. We don't have in ideology, we don't have these subcategories. You can talk about personal ideology, public ideology, conceptual ideology. Yeah, so narrative is more specific, and it has this sense of storytelling, and it's important in history. Ideology can be extremely wide. You cannot capture ideology. You cannot demarcate it. Although philosopher Hussein Al-Attas talked about it in the introduction of the myth of the lazy native, and he offered details about ideology and how colonial ideology, capitalist ideology fit into the colonial endeavor or the colonial enterprise at the time. From time to time, now if you ask me about what narrative theory adds to critical discourse analysis, in which we've been embedded for a long time, I would say that I would opt for a framework coming from the global south rather than taking a framework from the global north. When I think which framework I take, Mona Baker's from the global south, or a person, of course she's living in the global north, but her heart, her thought is in the global south. Yeah, and when I talk, for instance, my students, I've mentioned this before. My students in the master's degree in intercultural communication, we usually have this issue of incorporating global South epistemologies into the syllabi. And here in the global South, we cannot easily talk about ideologies, because if you talk about ideologies, we talk about dogmas or dogmatic thinking. So with a framework like narrative theory, we have more margins to maneuver. Now, one of my students is, for instance, using Hussein Al-Attas framework, the captive mind, which is very interesting. And I here thank Dr. Farid for introducing the work for me and for giving a class in my course. For Dr. Nizari's comment, yes, we have a confusion, and Dr. Masalha might be more competent to answer this question about naming. Naming is a serious issue. The Israelis has been playing with names for a long time. And there are people actually who research this across the last 100 years. One of the layers of the war on Palestine, the 100-year war on Palestine, is the war of naming. They changed a lot of names, and actually we filter, we study, we examine, but we are unable to follow the huge machine that promote their naming of things. So sometimes we have to say Israel, and Edward Said said this many times. He sometimes mentioned Israel as Zionism, he mentioned it as Israel, based on the context in which he was fighting, in which he was advocating for Palestine. Zionist entity is the early name that was given during Arab nationalism, during Jamal Abdel Nasser time, during the PLO heyday. Zionist entity was the name. After Oslo Accords, things started to change with the pressure. Even resistant movements started to talk about Israel or the other side, not the Zionist entity. Zionist entity is like an old-fashioned, not so many people would cherish nowadays. I don't know if Dr. Masalha has a say on this, and I would like to hear your feedback, Dr. Farid, about ideology and narrative. Simply, narrative is just a new variant, a new framework with which we can wrestle with epistemological injustices. I would like to hear from Dr. Noor and Dr. Farid, actually.
Yes, I think Dr. Mahmoud, good to see you for the first time, actually, although virtually. I mean, I know I've written a lot about naming since the Bronze Age, not since the last century. But I do want to connect Dr. Yusuf with Dr. Mahmoud, because I think the two talks are closely connected and incredibly important. And it's the human dimension which Dr. Yusuf gave us about Gaza. This is the most powerful talk I have heard this. But your, Dr. Mahmoud, actually, your theoretical framework is also incredibly useful for us. And the connection is about storytelling. We know storytelling is fundamental to our Palestinian culture. It's about Hakawati, and it's in here. I mean, this is my grandparents and my parents. We were brought up with storytelling. And I think the framework is also very useful, because the framework does give us this margin. It does give us this pluralism. It does give us the personal, the public, the theoretical, conceptual, and it does give us what you described as the meta, or the master narrative. I want to actually not to go for the master narrative, but to go for what Dr. Yusuf told us, which is the personal. We need a lot of storytelling from Gaza. We need storytelling by our people who went through the genocide. I mean, you are a survivor of genocide, survivor of Holocaust, and we need these stories. It's a fundamental at storytelling. I mean, I'm a historian, I'm a storyteller in some way, one way or another. But I think the stories coming out of Gaza, we need more and more of these stories. These are the most powerful stories I mean, we can talk about different kind of frameworks and discourses and narratives, but I think there is a connection between what you said about we need many stories from Gaza. We need different stories. We need different experiences. This is a fundamental to the way we need to tell the story of Gaza, the stories of Gaza. And I think we did it through Palestinian oral history and oral history of the Nakba. I tried to do that. Multiple stories, many stories. If we don't do that, they will tell, I mean, they will tell our story. The Zionists will tell our story in a way which we don't like and they don't like. So I think you two talks are incredibly powerful, but also very connected and very useful to us as Palestinians, also as activists. I think there's a lot of work to be done in terms of publishing these stories and in terms of globalizing these stories. So I'm glad Yusuf talked about that personal dimension, and it's very emotional. It's incredibly it's very effective for me personally. You know, someone actually who doesn't have friends in Gaza, but has friends in Gaza, but not family. You know, so I think these are the things Dr. Mahmoud and Dr. Yusuf taught, which are so relevant to this conference, in my view. Just to stop here because I do talk quite a lot.
Thank you, Prof. Noor. Yes, Dr. Ahmed, Dr. Mahmoud. I hope Prof. Noor have answered to your question. We can't
Thank
hear
you very
you.
much. Thank you very much, Dr. Noor. I would like to hear from Dr. Farid if he has insights on narrative and ideology.
Well, I do, but I think it's as Professor Nazari said, it'll take another seminar. So I won't really take much time. I think we've been talking about the importance of words, language, and I think we should extend that to concepts as well, right? After all, the words we use reflect or refer to concepts. One of the things that we talked about earlier, and also I've discussed it with you, Dr. Mahmoud, is whether we should refer to the situation as occupation or colonialism, right? And my own bias is to drop the term occupation, because what is happening is more than occupation. It's full-blown colonialism. What kind of colonialism? The dominant form is settler colonialism, but other forms of colonialism also exist. And there's also occupation, right? So Israel occupies part of Syria, Golan Heights, and so on and so forth, Lebanon. That's military occupation. But Israel itself is settler colonial state, West Bank is settler, and so on and so forth. So, but the other reason why I feel it's necessary to use colonialism, because what is happening today, to me, is an anti-colonial movement, right? It is yet to be seen. The results are yet to be seen. But it is a revolution in the making. Just like past revolutions, the Indonesian Revolution, the Haitian Revolution, the Philippines Revolution, these are all movements against the dominant colonial power. And that is what is happening today. And we need to get the world to think that way. Certainly in Malaysia, they don't think that way, even though we are very pro-Palestine, but people don't think of it as an anti-colonial struggle. When you put it in terms of an anti-colonial struggle, people identify more with it, because we ourselves were under the British, the Indonesians were under Dutch, and so on and so forth. So this is why I think the words are important, because they refer us, they make us think or conceptualize the problem in a particular way. Yeah. So, but anyway, just to answer your question, Dr. Mahmoud, or to respond to you, I think a narrative is a broad category, and I think it's useful the way you have put it. But every narrative has got its ideological elements. If we mean by ideology certain orientation which is informed or influenced by, your material interests, your social location, class, ethnicity, etc., etc. So narratives, of course, contain ideologies, but ideologies may have negative or positive functions, right? Because the ideologies may serve to distort reality. So, but anyway, this is something we can discuss in the future when we meet in Istanbul next year. Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Mahmoud.
Looking forward to meeting you.
Oh, yes.
comment because Professor Don was saying about the narratives. People in Gaza do actually send me stories because they know I'm interested in personal stories. And this morning, someone sent me a story from a prisoner who had been released from Israel, and it was like really tragic. But I told him keep sending me stories because sometimes it's not just like whether people want to hear it, because people sometimes don't really want to hear these stories. They tell me that actually, in terms of reading my books, some people say it's so depressing, I don't feel like I want to read it. But I don't care, because it's a matter of documenting the stories. It's the most important. Like you say, from 1948, there were not many stories preserved, right? So this time we have to keep them documented and published. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you, everyone, for this interesting Q&A session. So now let's move to the next presenter. Our next presenter, Dr. Zainab Saeed El-Mansi from Egypt. She's presenting on Palestinian Gaza, yet another chapter of Zionist settler colonialism.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, please. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Do I play the presentation? I can't share the screen.
We play it from our side. Easier.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, you missed it. You can start, Dr. Zainab. You can start, Dr. Zainab.
Okay. Okay, so good morning, everyone. Today I'm presenting, can you move the slide, please? So in my presentation, I'm adopting a diachronic approach to Adnan Shibli's novel Minor Detail, Mohammed Bakri's film Jenin Jenin, and eyewitness accounts of forcibly displaced Palestinian men from Gaza I interviewed as part of my ongoing research project. I'm only limiting the analysis of the testimonies to two men only, E in his 30s and M in his 20s. I argue that the settler colonial Zionist project has maintained since its inception a set of strategic diversified practices to colonize Palestine, yet all remaining faithful to the Zionist forefather writings and foundational myths. Therefore, I argue through neo-historicist lens and anti-colonial approach that the Zionist project is a continuous process to advance Herzl's vision of having a purely Jewish state over the eternity of Palestine. To this end, I'm focusing throughout my presentation on the implementation of Herzl's hypothesis of, and I'm quoting, clearing a country from its wild beasts. Can you move please to the following slide? Okay. So I'll start with the aesthetical representation of the Nakba historicity exemplified in Shibli's Minor Detail. The narrative is set in two parts with different temporalities diachronically connected by Zionist maintained practices of silence and annihilation with concomitant feelings of anticipation and fear. Set in 1949 Negev Desert, the first part reconfigures the Zionist settler colonial archival narrative of ethnically cleansing Al-Man village Hebraicized as Nerim, located approximately 2 kilometers away from present-day Gaza Strip. It reinscribes the gang rape of a Palestinian Bedouin girl believed to be between, can we go back to the previous slide, please? Okay, thank you. So the girl is believed to be between 10 to 15 years of age. Exactly on 12th of August 1949, she was raped on the hands of an anonymous Nerim platoon commander and his soldiers to implode the entire narrative. Where the settler colonial archives falsified the girl's rape testimony from soldiers assaulting me to soldiers playing with me, the aesthetical representation alternatively represents the discursive feature of silencing the girl to subvert the repressive gaps and falsifications of the dominant Zionist Israeli historiography. The girl goes through 3 stages of silence. The first one is while the settler colonial commander placing his right hand covering her mouth during his repetitive rapes. Also, she is rendered unconscious due to, again, the repetitive rapes by the commander and his soldiers until eventually she is rendered dead, murdered by the soldiers. Stating the tension between historicity and erasure, the second part of the narrative takes us to 2004 Ramallah, where an anonymous Palestinian woman permanently haunted by feelings of fear and anxiety for no apparent reason is determined to uncover the girl's rape. Next slide, please. Okay, thank you. So exposing politics of Zionist archival silence and selection, challenging settler colonial modes of knowledge circulation and memory, the Ramallah woman reads the archives of the military museum in Al-Main or Nirim, which never mentions anything about the rape of the child. Alternatively, what dominates the archive is the circulating Foucauldian what dominates the archive is the circulating Foucauldian episteme of the Zionist myth of David slaying Goliath, and I'm quoting from the narrative, 49 members of Nirim, armed with only light weapons, held off a regular, fully equipped army. The reference is to the Egyptian army, which numbered around 1,000. Can you click, please? Thank you. A configurational relationship between the past. No, go back, please. I'm sorry. Last point in the previous slide. Okay, thank you. A configuration relationship between the past quote-unquote rape and the present fictional temporality is established, exhibiting that the past dictates the present in the narrative. In Greenblatt's perception, the Ramallah woman unknowingly self-fashions herself into the very eradication process of the settler colonial power she seeks to uncover. She reenacts the same procedures her ancestor was subjugated to prior her rape and eventual murder. For example, both bathe before their eradication with the same phrase described the scene, thick layer of soap covering her body in both cases. Also, there is the presence of an image, the diachronic dog image, and its disturbing and frightening barking in the first and second parts, respectively, until in the end, the woman finally reaches the same speciality of murder in Al-Main to be subjugated to the same diachronic Zionist annihilative strategy. Next slide, please. Now moving to Jenin and Gaza, contrary to the discursive silence and erasure pervading the aforementioned aesthetical representation of Jenin and Gaza, Palestinians of Jenin and Gaza display epistemic resistance. After Hamas's trial to regain their land back on October 7th, M and E, who are third-generation refugees previously living in Gaza, felt euphoric, with E perceiving such mission as a form of Palestinian victory. However, experiencing 1948, 2002 settler colonial incursion of the Jenin refugee camp and 2023 Gaza attack, until now, to mention but few, of course, the Palestinians faced what they call the Day of Judgment, while Palestinians are burned as a use of annihilative tactic, and of course, only hellfire to experience during that day. Going back to 1948, precisely in Al-Jalil village of Ain al-Zaytun, the Palmach unit rolled barrels filled with explosives, burning down the village's hill, burning sleeping fallahin or peasants. Burning was still adopted in 2024, precisely 14th of October in Gaza. Hellfire broke in the courtyard of Al-Aqsa Martyrs Hospital, also burning Palestinians, but alive this time and injured, of course. But the difference is that they used another means of annihilation. This time it's the airstrike. In response to different Zionist annihilative strategies, E wonders, I don't know what is driving this animosity. Nevertheless, this girl here that you can see in Bakri's film asserts that the Palestinians will continue resisting. We will continue having children to resist the Zionists. Demolishing such a dream, the settler, colonial, and imperial forces reacted by bombing baby incubators in Al-Basma IVF Center in Gaza City in December 2023, resulting in the destruction of over 4,000 frozen embryos and 1,000 samples of sperm and unfertilized eggs. Yet in Jenin and Gaza, Palestinians believe they are winning. Israelis will never eradicate us. East is that the only option they have is to resist, signifying agency in reference to Hamas's actions back in 2023 and until now. Whereas M was adamant in his refusal to evacuate his home. He told me, I thought I'll never allow the new expulsion to pass through me having to evacuate my home. His own resistance was further displayed through his habitual practices of taking care of his cats and drinking coffee with his friends whenever possible under the buzzing sound of Zannana, quadcopter, and heavy motor. So to end my presentation, of course, I only focused on one aspect only of the Zionist strategies, basically of eradicating the Palestinians as represented in fictional and non-fictional works and testimonies respectively. I firmly believe that the Palestinians' testimonies, as part of anti-colonial practices, shape or take part of shaping the Palestinian futurity, despite settler colonial temporal control and procedural nature. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Zainab. Thank you, Dr. Zainab, for your interesting presentation.
You're welcome.
So now we move to the next presenter. Video presentation, Dr. Farah bin Mansour from Tunisia. Invisible Voices, Media Narrative and the Silencing of Palestinian Suffering. This is okay. She's sharing a video. We can share either a video or the presentation.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Farah bin Mansour, specialized in theoretical and applied linguistics from the Faculty of Letters and Humanities, University of Sfax, Tunisia. I'd like first of all to thank all the conference organizers and Dr. Mohammed in particular for his support and constant availability. My presentation is titled Invisible Voices, Media Representation and the Silencing of Palestinian Suffering, prepared for ICPS 2025, held under the theme From Nakba to Genocide. Today I'll discuss how different media forms frame, minimize or silence Palestinian suffering. To understand why this topic matters, let's begin with the background. Media plays a crucial role in shaping public understanding of war and conflict. However, in the case of Palestine, the representation of suffering, particularly during and after the 2023 Gaza war, has been highly inconsistent and often diminished. This study explores how different media Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Farah bin Mansoura, specialized in theoretical and applied linguistics from the Faculty of Letters and Humanities, University of Sfax, Tunisia. I'd like first of all to thank all the conference organizers and Dr. Mohammed in particular for his support and constant availability. My presentation is titled Invisible Voices, Media Representation and the Silencing of Palestinian Suffering, prepared for ICPS 2025, held under the theme From Nakba to Genocide. Today I'll discuss how different media forms frame, minimize or silence Palestinian suffering. To understand why this topic matters, let's begin with the background. Media plays a crucial role in shaping public understanding of war and conflict. However, in the case of Palestine, the representation of suffering, particularly during and after the 2023 Gaza war, has been highly inconsistent and often diminished. This study explores how different media ecosystems, digital, traditional, and cultural, produce silence not always through outright denial, but through processes of omission and framing. This leads us directly to the core issue my research addresses. Across platforms, Palestinian suffering is selectively represented, sometimes highlighted briefly, but often reframed through neutral or security-oriented language. These practices distort perception and reduce global empathy by preventing the conflict in the depersonalized terms. Understanding these mechanisms is essential to unpack how silence is created, not through absence, but through controlled visibility. To examine this problem, I structured my study around three guiding questions. My research indeed focuses on, first, how Palestinian suffering is framed across different media, which discursive and visual strategies contribute to silencing, and how these strategies differ across digital, traditional, and cultural spaces. To answer these, I rely on two theoretical frameworks. First, framing theory, which explains how media select certain aspects of reality, highlight them, and omit them. Frames shape how audiences also interpret events through what is emphasized, what is ignored, and the emotions attached to the narrative. In the Palestinian case, these choices often determine whether suffering is recognized or neutralized. The second framework focuses on language and power. It is called Critical Discourse Analysis, known as CDA. It examines how language both reflects and constructs power relations. Tools such as passive voice, for example, journalists died, nominalization, clashes occurred, or agent deletion, homes destroyed, detach events from responsibility. Such linguistic practices indeed silence Palestinian agency and suffering. Now I will explain how this study was conducted. This is a qualitative study combining framing analysis and CDA, as I mentioned earlier. Data includes 4 case categories. First, digital censorship on social media, coverage of journalists killed in Gaza, cultural censorship in broadcasting, and finally underreported pro-Palestinian protests. These cases were purposefully selected to represent different modalities of silencing. Let me begin with the first case, digital media censorship. On platforms like Meta, Palestinian content was flagged or removed, especially during the Gaza genocide. Posts were labeled as misinformation or sensitive content. Shadow panning reduced visibility even when content wasn't removed. This results in what I call algorithmic invisibility, where Palestinian suffering is technically present but effectively unseen, unfortunately. The second case shows similar patterns in traditional journalism. Coverage of journalists killed in Gaza often used passive constructions like "journalist died" or were killed in crossfire, avoiding accountability. Reports rarely mention historical or political context. Visual framing also sanitized the brutality of the attacks. Silencing, in addition to that, occurred in cultural media. This introduces the cultural or the third case, cultural broadcast and censorship. In cultural broadcasts, award shows, entertainment programs, or streaming platforms, symbols like the Palestinian flag were blurred or removed. This was justified under a discourse of neutrality or avoiding political messaging. Yet neutrality in this context becomes a form of political silencing. Even public demonstrations were reframed. This introduces the fourth case called underreported protests. Large pro-Palestinian demonstrations in Israel, Egypt, Europe, and the US were often described as disturbances or security threats. Coverage focused more on policing than on the political demands of the protesters. In fact, to connect these findings, I conducted a cross-case comparison. Across all cases, similar silencing strategies emerged: omission of context, euphemistic or passive language, selective visibility, neutrality framing. These reinforce global asymmetrics by preventing Palestinian suffering as either isolated or accidental. I will now present the conclusion. The study shows that Palestinian suffering is not simply underreported, it is reframed in ways that drain it of political meaning and emotional depth. Through framing and discourse, the media shape global understanding of restrict recognition. Silencing is therefore not absence, it is structured visibility. And finally, the implications of my research. Ethically, media must adopt transparent reporting practices. Practically, alternative Palestinian-led media should be supported. And finally, academically, this field requires more interdisciplinary research combining linguistics, media studies, and political communication. This part concludes my presentation. Thank you so much for your attention and have a great day.
Thank you very much, Doctor. I think by now we end our session. So we move to the next keynote speech. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Ahmed Masoud for keynote speech 2. Dr. Ahmed Masoud, born in 1981, he's a celebrated Palestinian and British writer, director, poet, and academic based in London. He's well known for his work that shed light on Palestinian experiences, particularly those related to Gaza Strip, where he grew up. Dr. Masoud was born in Gaza City and spent his early life in Jabalia refugee camp. He developed an interest in English literature at a young age and pursued a BA, a bachelor degree at Al-Azhar University in Gaza before moving to London in 2002 to continue his studies. He earned his bachelor degree and master degree in English literature from London Metropolitan University and also completed his PhD in comparative literature at Goldsmith University of London. In addition to his writing, Masoud has held various academic positions, including roles at Oxford Brookes University and Regent University London. He is also the founder of Al Zaytuna Dance Theatre and Bal Art Collective, initiative that aimed at promoting Palestinian voices in the arts. Masoud's work spans novels, plays, radio, dramas. His writing often incorporates elements of Palestinian daily life and the ongoing conflict. His novel, Vanished, The Mysterious Disappearance of Mustafa Auda, 2015, won the Muslim Writers Award in 2022. Let's welcome Dr. Ahmed Masoud.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. I've got what they call the graveyard shift in here. So when everybody is tired and jet lag is hitting now really badly. So if I fall asleep in the middle, just throw something or come and shake me. Yes, please, water would help. Yeah, please. Thank you. So thank you so much for this lovely introduction and for having me here today. It's a pleasure to meet you all and to hear all these thoughts and analysis so far this morning. It's great to kind of delve deep into the academic discourse, but as well as, most importantly, I think Yusuf's presentation with the personal stuff. I have to say I left straight after because it affected me very personally. Like Yusuf, I have family in Gaza and I've lost dear family members, including my brother, his wife and his kids and nephews and cousins, etc., like many of us here in the room. So it's really important to be reminded of this personal narrative and personal story, I have to say. And it's really what I do most of the time. It's kind of, we talked a lot about narrative, and I'm a really big fan of emphasizing the narrative as much as possible and telling our story. Now, it's been said so much, I feel like what I had to say has been said already. So apologies if I repeat some things in here. I wanted to just show, can I just show some of these slides, please? Is that okay? Are they here? Where are they? Yeah. Thank you. Great. So I want to talk about art in general as a means of survival, rather than what is often referred to as sumud or resilience, because I kind of don't like the word sumud or resilience in a sense, because as we were saying earlier and talking about it earlier, it's not a luxury that we have. We don't choose to be resilient. We have no other option. And therefore, I think for me, it's important to talk about art as a way of survival and coping with the trauma that we live in. I took this picture in 2015. Actually, that was the end of 2014, just after that big war that happened on Gaza, where over 2,300 people were killed. That's the hand of my niece next to our house in there, and she just was playing with it and messing with it, and I just really like that sort of idea that we create art out of nothing. There is no, this is a bullet hole in there or a bomb or a shell. I don't know what it is, but it's the way that she transformed it herself into a beautiful art piece, as it were. And that for her, I think she didn't realize that, but I think for me, the way I saw it was a way of coping mechanism with her. So I think it's important to remember that art is a great means of survival and a way of coping. And one of the main things there is obviously literature and writing. And I'm going to touch a lot on that. The other one is obviously language. And I'm going to talk a little bit about language. I'll skip the introduction. You've heard a lot about it. Etymology is important, and language. I really am a big fan of etymology. It's really important. For instance, the words swimming pool and chicken are related, by the way. I can tell you a lot more about that. There's a story behind it. There's 100 words for the word bollocks in English. So you can actually look them all up. I'm a big fan of language and where it comes from, because where it represents, it gives a little bit of history, the socio-political kind of development, the psychology, the economy, everything is mixed along with language. So language is very important, especially in this current climate with genocide and we've heard a lot about how the word genocide is being used at the moment, and the different terminology that the Western media use about it, whether it's conflict or genocide, etc. So we really need to understand language as much as possible in there. I write in English, right? And I choose to write in English. I don't write in Arabic. And if there's a reason for that. And I really love the power that it gives me, that I take my colonialist language and throw it back at them, often way better than them in a way. And I feel a lot more powerful. I feel liberated from that perspective. And I don't shy about that. I can write in Arabic, not beautifully, but I can write about it. So Gaza, where does it come from? It's important to understand, because this is really, really good, really important in the narrative. I will start with the third one down. In Hebrew, the word go to hell is actually said, go to Gaza. Azazim, right? So it means go to Gaza. Go to Gaza means go to hell, or go to hell has become go to Gaza. So Gaza means hell in there. And that's really important, that this is how the other narrative sees us. So they see Gaza as a place of hell. This kind of, so when they said a lot later that we are human animals, it is all related within the language discourse in there. So they see it as a place of a barbarian place, etc., that has no relation to civilization, etc. Therefore, anything you do in there is justifiable. And language there is really, really, really key. But Gaza, of course, for us is an old city. Dr. Noor talked a lot about it. Thousands of years of history. The name itself comes from Ghazat Hashim, right? So this is how Gaza was named. A lot of us here in the room know that Hashim was the grandfather of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and he used to trade between Mecca and the Levant. Gaza was his resting place. He would put the flag down and stamp on the ground, and Gaza is the actual word for the kind of stamping, or in the Tatriz world, Hajud is the kind of stitch in there. So anything you penetrate with a really sharp object, that is Gaza. Okay, it's called Gaza. So hopefully we are penetrating at the heart of colonialism and destroying it from within. That's what I would like to think in there. And again, it's important to remember that Gaza was very known for gauze. Gauze was a material that was developed in Gaza, which you see it in hospitals a lot. It's what bandages are made of, right? In fact, the Spanish word for gauze is Gaza. It's the same word, right? And it's really, really important, again, to remember these things. I'm going to come back to this picture in there. I think many of us who are from Gaza would recognize this picture straight away. This is right in the middle of Gaza City, Palestine Square in there. So you would know it immediately, but I'm going to tell you the story of it in a minute. But I'll go back a few thousand years ago, where one day this guy came to Gaza with his massive army and besieged Gaza for months and months. He really wanted to occupy Gaza because he heard a lot about Gaza. It was an important city, port city, multicultural, multinational, and had a lot of culture, exports of wine and music and all of these things, and he wanted that city for himself. Of course, people resisted, as we always do in Gaza, but eventually he was successful, and he managed to invade Gaza. And as he invaded, and as we love resistance somehow, this Palestinian Gazan took an arrow and shot him, and he scratched his face, and he was really, really offended. So he ordered the destruction of Gaza completely, took the women and men out and destroyed the entire of the Gaza Strip. And then he moved on, carried on walking and walking with his troops all the way across the Sinai, kept to the Mediterranean. And then suddenly he felt sorry, he missed Gaza because he wanted it so much, right? So he stopped his troops in there and he ordered the rebuild of Gaza City on the shores of the Mediterranean. And that city is now called Alexandria. So Alexandria, this is one version, by the way, of Alexandria and how it came. So history, as Dr. Noor knows, has many, many versions in there. But this is a very, very popular version of how Alexandria came about to be rebuilt. But actually, if you go to Alexandria, and I've been there many times, and those of you who have visited, Alexandria look very, very, very much similar to Gaza. In the same way, Gaza City is divided into 3 main roads that go from the beach to the center of Gaza, which is just there. That's the center. That's Palestine Square. You've got Talatini Street, Shara al-Wahda, Shara al-Mukhtar. Alexandria is built in the same way, sort of divided into 3 main streets, and then little alleys that go from it, and they reach to the beach, and you've got the cafes, you've got the restaurants, the old market, very much a very, very similar design. So the theory can be very, very accurate, in fact. This picture you see over there, does anybody know, can I just test what that is, what that statue is? Take a guess.
Freedom or something?
No. All right. So this is the lower jaw of the phoenix, right? Because the phoenix is the official symbol of Gaza.
The bird.
That's the bird, yes. That is the official symbol. The official symbol adopted by the Gaza, العنقاء صحيح. بلدية غزة العنقاء هو الطائر الرسمي. And in the myth, when the phoenix is reborn from the ashes, it's not like you see in movies, Hollywood movies, with little face and all of these things and little puppy eyes that come out, etc. Actually, the first thing in the myth, the original myth, that the jaw, the lower jaw, is the first thing that comes out of the phoenix, out of the when it's born from the ashes. So it kind of gives me hope, in a sense, that Gaza will always be reborn and rebuilt. But it's also quite depressing that because the phoenix always dies and always gets rebuilt. So it's Gaza. This is not the first time that Gaza has been destroyed, and it's definitely not going to be the last time either in there. Because as we know, Gaza is a very important city, location-wise, strategically. It connects Asia and Africa. And now with the discovery of gas, it's very important to kind of economy in general. So what is happening right now, I don't think it's not the first time, and I don't think it's the last time either. One of the most important people who came from Gaza is, of course, Imam Shafi'i, who was quite a moderate scholar in Islam. And I think it's important to mention him there. This is one of his most important and famous verses. وإني مشتاق لأرض غزة وإن خانني بعد التفرق كتماني سقى الله أرضا لو ظفرت بها كحلت به من شدة الشوق أجفاني. This is how much we love Gaza. It's really deeply rooted. It's a huge passion. It's not just today. It's back to the 8th century in there and 9th century, as you can see. What characterizes Imam Shafi'i, of course, he's got many thoughts and all of these things, but he is known to be the kind of easiest Muslim scholar, or one of the most moderate ones in terms of thoughts. He always took the easy kind of interpretation of Islam, as in sort of like looking and analyzing the Quran and saying, well, actually, there are different interpretations. All you need to do is to actually do the scholarship and the research, and if you make a mistake, that's okay. It doesn't matter, etc. And I've mentioned him because Gaza people right now are often seen as very conservative and are extremist from a Western perspective, but it's important to remember where we come as our tradition as well. I'll stop here. I'll just go in here. I'll just go to my other notes. Sorry, I've got 2 machines to present from. We've talked a little bit about Gaza and its importance, but what I'm here to talk to you about is obviously narrative and books and literature. What we often forget to talk about and I think today we actually didn't mention it once in the whole day, right? Which is the future, okay? So a genocide or the Nakba, they're events, they happen, and they're painful, right? When you go to the doctor and they ask about your pain, they ask about your pain not just to treat it, not just to give you painkillers, etc., but because they want to know the cause and they want to know what's going to happen. Is it serious? Is it going to lead to your death, etc.? All of these things, they make that assessment. We often forget to talk about this in the discourse of the genocide and also the Nakba itself. What is going to happen to Palestinian civil society right now? What's going to happen to the intellectuals, to the writers? Most of them want to leave, and I can tell you that. A lot of my friends who are writers, who are intellectuals, want to leave. And that's one of the primary purposes of the genocide itself, right? To make life in Gaza so difficult that they want people to leave. Voluntarily, they want to leave. And of course, I wouldn't blame them. People need to survive. People need to have a life full of dignity. And I'm not going to blame anybody who leaves Gaza at all. It's not my position to blame in this case. But I'm going to go back a little bit to explain this and to spotlight this. I'm going to go back a little bit to the Nakba, right? Nakba 1948. We talk a lot about the Nakba, but what we don't talk about is the 1936 revolution, okay? A lot of Palestinian writers like Hassan Kanafani wrote about it, but we don't really talk enough about the cause and the effect, actually more the effect than the cause. The cause, we know the cause, it was a peasant revolt against the British mandate, they call it mandate, that's another colonial word for you, colonialism or occupation, military occupation, if you like, and it lasted 3 years between 1936 to 1939. What happened then? What did Britain do? Britain essentially arrested and killed most of the intellectuals, most of the civil leaders, the family leaders, etc. They also did what Israel is doing right now by starting a sort of mini conflict between the Nashashibi family and Husseini family, trying to get Palestinians to fight with each other as much as possible. And there was like almost a mini civil war within the Palestinian society in there. But the main thing they did was two things. Okay, it was aerial bombardment and wiping out entire villages. That's in 1936, by the way, with aerial bombardment. That's before the Second World War. That's before Hitler used like air bombardment. That was apparently in the Western discourse. That is when aerial bombardment started with Hitler attacking Britain using airplanes. But that is not correct because they did it in Iraq. Britain did it in Iraq. Churchill is known to be the gas man of Mesopotamia because he killed 20,000 people in Iraq. Not many people talk about that. But we need to remember these things because what Israel did, what Britain did then, the aerial bombardment wiping out the villages, guess where it happened again recently, but also arresting and killing a lot of the intellectuals in there. So some people argue with 1936 to 1939 revolution delayed the Nakba by 10 years. So the Nakba should have happened 1936. But actually the other school of thought in there, there's a lot of scholars and researchers say that 1936 paved the way for the Nakba, because by the time the Nakba came, there was no civil leaders, no intellectual. Well, no, I can't say no intellectuals, but I think the known ones, the leaders, the ones who can unite the people, the ones who can create a narrative, the ones who can present their narrative, they were all gone, either arrested or deported or killed. Over 5,000 people were killed. About 80% of those people weren't the peasants who started the revolt, by the way. It was the intellectuals and the civil leaders in there. When Israel killed Rifat Al-Arib, Dr. Rifat Al-Arib, my friend, that was the same reason they've done that. Okay, so what I'm thinking about right now, the genocide is really painful, but what is going to happen after is really key in there. So 1936, fast forward, 1948, the Nakba happened. Palestinians, we heard what happened there. We know what happened there in terms of the numbers and the stats in general. But we didn't have stories. We had oral history, but nothing written. We had poetry. Poetry was the main medium of communication, the main medium of literature in general. We had people like Mahmoud Darwish. We had people like Fadwa Toqan writing, Emil Habibi as well with his novel, The Peace Optimist, etc. But that took a while to get established and to become sort of a national front or a national literary front for us. It was later adopted by the PLO. So Mahmoud Darwish was actually employed by the PLO, right? So he had a salary in there. Most of it, Ghassan Kanafani was employed by the PFLP. He managed Al-Hadaf. But now, again, I need to connect it back to now. And as a writer, who is looking after those writers? Who is actually giving them that support? Who is going to kind of preserve their legacy? And I think for me, it's us, it's people in this room, it's the civil society around, it's the international solidarity around the world. There is a role there to play to support them as much as possible. Look at this room in here and look at the power that we have within this room in here. The power that we have is that we can connect people, we can preserve those writers, we can support them. I say as a writer and as somebody who suddenly had a huge interest in my work that I never had before, okay? Suddenly I'm getting publishing deals and suddenly I'm getting contracts and suddenly I'm getting translations, which is great, absolutely great. However, I came to Malaysia 2015, you remember, to launch my first novel, Vanished, okay? 10 years later, okay? And now it's happening. And it's happening because of a genocide. It's great, but we need to make sure that this is not just a knee-jerk reaction to what is going on. This is an actual solidarity and support that we go to writers and artists and say we need to support them. Because what does literature do? Literature is very different from history, obviously, very different from documentaries and all of the political writing. It does one thing, which is in a way what Yusuf just did in his presentation. It slows the violence. It sort of stops it a little bit. It makes you stop thinking about the stats. It makes you think just about that father who has lost his daughter. Because we all understand that. We all know it. It makes you understand what it feels like for a lover to lose his beloved, for somebody, for a mother looking for her son, etc. Literature slows violence dramatically and allows us to take that moment, allows a real solidarity, allows a real understanding of what people are going through, the people who really, really matter in there. So right now, so I talked a little bit about the history in there. So that was my first kind of section of my talk. Obviously, I haven't gone in details in there because I've got a whole lecture in there, but I've only got 20 minutes and it's the end of the day. So I'm not going to go in all the amazing Palestinian writers. But if you haven't read those Palestinian writers, please do. Please do, because they give you a different history and a different accounts and a personal accounts of the Nakba, 1936, etc. I highly recommend Ghassan Kanafani, not his novels, but his analysis of 1930s. He wrote an essay on the 1936-1939 revolution. Please read it. It is translated into English. It's really good. Right now, so forward to now, I'm talking about the present, and then I'll talk a little bit about the future. How many Palestinian writers have been killed in Gaza? How many journalists? Journalists are writers. I consider journalists as writers, by the way. Hundreds, right? Hundreds. And what is happening to their legacy? What's happening to their writing? It's disappearing, right? And we're not doing anything to preserve it. You know, some people are. I'm really sorry. Like, you know, I think I don't want to generalize because some people are working extremely hard. You know, when Helena, when you published Gaza Right Back, that was like the first one. Like that was a movement, and that was a movement that unfortunately, I wish it grew then. You know, I wish like I mean it's big. Don't get me wrong, but I'm saying like right now we need to preserve those writings. Let's look for those writers who've been killed. Let's collect their writings. Let's publish them some way. Let's honor them in the way that they need to be honored. I was saying to you, Dr. Noor, that in Gaza we have more writers than in the West Bank. You know, we have a lot more writers than in the West Bank, phenomenally more, right?
Refugee background. Exactly.
Many come from refugee camps. A lot of us, how many people studied English literature in Gaza, for example? English literature in Gaza was the biggest department at Al-Azhar University, bigger than business and bigger than engineering, bigger than, because people love literature and writing. It's not just a way of communicating, it's a lot about the love of books and what literature can do. So please, I urge you all, if you have contacts with publishing or if you have an ability to try and preserve this writing, please do, because it's very important for us as writers. And more are coming out and more are writing. So because people see this as a way of communicating to the West. They write in English as well. A lot of the Gaza write back. There's all, we are not numbers now, the organization, but also the writers. They're constantly getting new writers to write and publish as well. And they're choosing also to write in English. When I was writing in English about 20 years ago, I was one of 3 writing in English. Myself, Salma Dabbar, and Suzanne Abul Hawa. We were just like the only 3 Palestinians writing in English. And now look at how many. It's grown so much. So I would love to see those writers being published and see them out there and talking about their experiences and talking about their narrative as well. We need more writing from Gaza, as you said, Dr. Noor, because this is very important. But also what is more important, that we shouldn't tell them what to write about, because naturally they know what to write about. Naturally, they want to say and they want to express themselves. So allow them to express themselves as much as possible. Fast forward, moving to the future, there's an interesting movement going on at the moment with writing about the future, which is not often seen or noticed at all. I got together with a group of writers from Palestine and actually from the Middle East in general. Because again, we go back to the question around Palestine and the question of Palestine. Does it really just affect Palestinians? No, we know not. But specifically around the region, Syria, Jordan, Lebanon, and Egypt, how do these writers also see the future and how is it happening? And it's fascinating when you read their accounts and when you hear their thoughts about what that region would look like, let's say post-liberation. Have we thought about post-liberation? What does Gaza look like? What does the West Bank look like? What does Palestine look like? What does Jordan look like? And Lebanon, etc. In fact, what does Malaysia look like post-liberation? I mean, it'd be interesting to explore that theme so much. So I got together with a group of writers, and we've been trying to explore this as much as possible, in the sense that trying to put our vision of the future. And some of the things that they are saying and presenting are incredible, really, because it's imagining Palestine free. It's imagining Palestine being quite advanced in most of it, but also quite an oppressive place in a sense. Again, we're writers; we have imagination. We can explore that. The Middle East being also further divided because suddenly Palestine has got this power and it's an economic power. Middle East is sort of jealous of Palestine from that perspective, which explains why they may now are quite oppressive about Palestine, that if you give them the chance, they will actually be the dominant power in there. So interesting thoughts in there around the future. I wrote a short story back in 2018. I was commissioned by Comma Press to write a short story about Gaza in 2048. So I wrote a short story where I imagined that in 2048, Gaza would win the rights to host the Olympics. And it's called Application 39. And it's about two guys. But you see, that's an interesting thing, right? So when I say that, Gaza and Olympics, that's the reaction I get. People laugh. But Gaza is a city and it deserves to have the Olympics, right? And why I'm not, it's, why do we always associate Gaza with violence and conflict? We should remember that city, which I started to talk to you about in the beginning, because we have to remember that Gaza is an important Mediterranean city, far more beautiful than Napoli, far more beautiful than Barcelona. For me, it's a lot more attractive, to be honest, and it can host the Olympics. I wrote the play, but what was interesting about that play, that later this year, I adapted it sorry, it was a short story. I adapted it into a play, a stage play, and I put it in London. And as I read it again to adapt it, I realized that I had envisaged or was prophetic to say that in 2025, there would be a genocide. I wrote the story in 2018, right? And Gaza would be divided into 3 different parts, which is what's happening. I say in that story that I wrote in 2018 that robots would be talking to people and stuff like that, which is what's happening. It was scary. It was really scary in there, but it was a way of expressing what I think the future might look like, because back then we knew what Gaza was like and the oppression that we went through. We talk about Gaza before October the 7th and before the genocide. It was tough. It was tough to live in Gaza. We all know that, right? It was very, very tough. It was beautiful, don't get me wrong, but tough in a sense. So now I'm writing more about the future. A lot of Palestinians are writing more about the future. What is Palestine post-liberation? What's going to happen to Gaza? I wrote another short story which is going to be published by the Center for Palestine Studies at Columbia, and it's called The Square of Forgetfulness, where I imagine Gaza, all the rubble in Gaza is brought together in a massive square, and where people from around the world, they go to Gaza, and as they go to see this rubble square, they're given a pill, and as they go in, they forget everything. They even forget their trauma. They forget their own personal trauma. They forget the Holocaust and all the genocides in the world, and they leave. It's going to be published soon, so you can read it. We need to start to imagine a future where we can write freely, we can express ourselves, we can be published freely. We don't need to be censored, and that's the most important thing that I want to touch on now is censorship. As a Palestinian writer, we're constantly censored. We're constantly being targeted, not just by Israel. Dr. Rifat Larair was killed directly by Israel. But us as writers who live outside, we're also being targeted by Israel, but differently. It's through their tentacles of Zionist arms and pro-Israeli lobbies that they're watching everything we say, every single post, every single thing that we write. I've been threatened with letters to work to my university where I teach, University of the Arts London. Letters were sent to the Vice Chancellor there. I held meetings with HR, and it's all about a poem I wrote, a poem that I wrote for Gaza. So I think there's a massive kind of movement towards censoring Palestinian writers, and that's because we have the ability to slow down this violence and connect to people on the human level, but because also we are able to envisage the future. And like Yusuf said about Dr. Rifat, of how visionary he was, I think we all are as writers and as artists. So I'm going to end here by urging you and asking you to support Palestinian writers and artists everywhere in Palestine and outside, and try to connect to them as much as possible and try to elevate their words and raise their voices. And thank you so much for listening. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ahmed.
Thank you.
Thank you very much once again, Dr. Ahmed, for this wonderful and impactful presentation. Let's now move to the last presenter. So we have the last presenter. Actually, we're supposed to end up here, but we have the last presenter. And I think she's waiting with us on the Zoom.
السلام عليكم.
عليكم السلام ورحمة الله.
يعطيكم العافية. Welcome everybody and thank you for having me. My research will be about recognition and denial, about genocide and statehood and international legitimacy in Palestine. سامعيني؟
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
Okay.
Continue. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. The study argues that recognition, whether of genocide or statehood, is a profoundly political process shaped by a global power dynamic, strategic interest, and narrative controller, rather than purely a humanitarian or legal evidence. Despite differences in state motivation, the recognition represents a critical step toward achieving Palestinian independence and self-determination. I want to see the presentation. Okay. Oh, you move so fast. Okay. Okay, we will talk about a global shifting, about international recognition, the waves of international recognition after genocide, Gaza genocide in 2023 till 2025. As we see that many countries, including the UK, France, Canada, Australia, Spain, and several European states formally recognized Palestine during the 80th UN General Assembly session. Like today, 157 UN member states recognize Palestine. One of the most significant aspects of recent recognition of this state is that they come from countries that have long been among Israel's strongest economy, political, and international partners, including states that hold seats in the UN Security Council. This recognition of Palestine statehood reflects the power of sustained resistance, and I will talk about this, inshallah, when the slide is coming. And I know a lot of research talk about the Palestinian resistance, but I will just not too much. Compelling the international community to acknowledge Palestine as a political nation with legitimate claim to sovereignty. This recognition, as we know, after the recognition was followed by an escalation in Israel aggression in Gaza and noticeable increase in settler violence and settlement expansion across the West Bank. Can you move just? Okay. We want to know what is the condition behind the recent condition of Palestine, why it's happening now after the Gaza genocide. The first and the important thing to talk about is the Palestinian resilience. Refusal of forced displacement and the strong claim to self-determination reinforced both moral and political legitimacy of Palestinian claims. The second one is Israel violation and annexation risk. We see that right now from long after the war in Gaza, Israel government is actively restricting the occupation of the West Bank by transferring governors' power from military authorities to civilian agencies, effectively moving toward permanent control. Meanwhile, in Gaza, and a lot of you researchers talk about the Gaza and how civilians have faced systematic attacks that have been described by many observers as a genocide by the United Nations and many international criminal courts. Okay, the third one is a global public pressure. International protest, advocacy campaign, and whispered media coverage have increasingly influenced global public opinion. This raising awareness exerts pressure on government to take diplomatic action. So one of the most reason, and we should underlying reason behind the recent recognition of the state of Palestine it's appear to be weaken the true meaning of solidarity. And we're gonna talk about a little bit, inshallah, about this. Recognition as a political tool. As a strategic political measure to exert pressure on Israel to make them open negotiation, which should aim to end the war and to curb the expansion of a new Jewish settlement in the occupied West Bank and make them return to the peace process with Palestinians. The fifth one, which is gonna follow the fourth one, is some analysis view that the recent recognition of a state of Palestinians, it's mean to restrain Israel, which they perceive as having exceeded acceptable limits in Gaza and surrounding area. By recognizing Palestine, some states aim in part to save Israel from itself, giving Israel, because Israel is an extension of Western civilization. These recognition are also seen as protecting its international image, because we know that Israel in the Arab world is an image for the international and Western civilization. So it's reflects their image. So they want to stop Israel from going so far, because it's going so crazy in her genocide, in her violence in Gaza, and even attacking the other country, neighbor's country. So it's like a step to tell Israel, let's calm down, be rational. Now let's talk about the legal and political and symbolic significance of recognizing Palestine. We have a legal significance which established Palestinian standing under international law, enable participation in UN, UNESCO, and ICC. It gives people a way to take action against those who commit violence, and the ability to pursue accountability for Israel war crimes before international judicial bodies. Political significance affirms Palestinian legitimacy as a nation state, enhance engagement with the states and multilateral institutions, support treaty negotiation, and participate in international decision-making. A symbolic significance like validate Palestine historical, cultural, and political identity, and strength international presence and recognition, support of humanitarian, diplomatic, and political objective. And for the practical, one of the example of going to the court with accusing Israel of a genocide is when the case that government of South Africa in December 2023, they take the case before the International Court of Justice, accusing Israel of committing a genocide in Gaza. The case relied on extensive evidence of mass killing of Palestinian civilians and the destruction of homes for forced displacement, the imposition of several restrictions on food, water, and medical aid, and the systemic targeting of essential health infrastructure. Okay, a state later, there is many states joined the South Africa in here the claim to the court. While we see the legal, diplomatical, and political significance of the recognition, we should mention one important thing. Recognition is represent a symbolic and diplomatic milestone, but it should be practical, because practical impact remains limited without political, economic, and punitive measure to curb occupation policies. Recognition strength, Palestinian legitimacy, signal a shift in global public opinion, and affirms the enduring reality of a Palestinian state, but it should take an action and practical steps. One example of the country who take a new measure to adopt these practical steps is Spain. Spain measure new steps to in the way of the practical steps. They are the steps is I'll just mention some of them, not all of them. A ban on transit through Spanish ports for all ships carrying fuel for the Israel armed forces. The second one is denial of entry into Spanish airspace for all state aircraft transporting defense material designed for Israel, and a ban on access to Spanish territory for all persons directly involved in the genocide and the human rights violation and war crime in Gaza. And this is very important examples if they really do it, and country can follow and do these steps and more. The other thing they do is a ban on import of a product from illegal settlement in Gaza and West Bank. Actually, there is settlement in West Bank, not in Gaza. But right now, we don't know what's going to happen in Gaza. Okay, we will move to the grassroots resistance and international recognition. The impact of grassroots resistance extends beyond awareness to tangible political outcome, contributing to wave of recognition by influential states such as France, UK, as we said, after the offense on Gaza, 7 October. International advocacy and transnational solidarity have further reinforced this outcome. We're going to mention some example, the flotilla, global Sumud flotilla, where they are bringing together activists from various countries, consider one of the most visible expression of cross-border popular solidarity. It aims to challenge the blockade on Gaza and draw attention to the humanitarian suffering within the Strip. And most significant things of the grassroots resistance is the digital voice from Gaza, including children, journalists, and everyday citizens use their own phone and social media to document reality. They are a major part of a grassroots movement that spread awareness and shape the global public opinion. As we can see in the photo here, this little girl, children, Rinad Atallah, known as the Little Chef, and she has cooked many dishes and give them the name related to the war, like the word chips dish. And this little Lama Abu Jamus, little girl, the youngest journalist in Gaza. The Palestinian case illustrates the interplay between popular resistance and international pressure and diplomatic effort. And we can see this through resilience of Palestinian people and the global public pressure and diplomatic recognition and engagement. Through history, we should mention this because it's so important. Like, every political and diplomatic achievement related to the Palestinian case has been a direct outcome of the resilience and resistance of the Palestinian people. These gains were not probably the result of a diplomatic or political leadership. Actually, the effort of Palestinian leadership have often fallen short of matching the sacrifice and steadfastness of the people themselves. And if we can look, I know a lot of researchers mentioned the historical Palestinian from Nakba and before Nakba, but I will mention just the turning point on Palestinian history according to the resistance and acknowledgements achieving which related to resistance. We can see the early resistance and international awareness began from 1917 to 1947. And quickly we will mention they have 3 national conference from 19 to 1928. And after that, it's so important, like the third one in 1920, Haifa conference represent one of the earliest organized expression of Palestinian political agency as delegated, demanded, representative governors accountable to all inhabitants and rejected policies favoring Zionist institution at the expense of Palestinian right. The second turning point, and which is so important, I think my colleague mentioned it before, the Palestinian Great Revolt from 1936 to 1939, which lasts for 3 years, and it starts with a national strike through Palestinian, which continued and lasted for 6 months. There's a lot of resistance and killing, and there is a lot of mess in the area or around all Palestinian, even Arab from other country contributed with fighting the British government, and it's because if they increase the immigration of Jewish and selling the land for them. So British government, what the British government did, it issued a white paper. This white paper is proposing an independent government in Palestine within 10 years with a future treaty-based relation. And this is like, it's the same in some way as the recognition from UK happening right now after before like few months. This recognition came as a step to empty the solidarity or empty the anger inside the Palestinian community. And this is the end of the Palestinian Great Revolt by issued this white paper. And they promise Palestinian it will be a government for them in 10 years, and it doesn't happen. In this day, like 1964, founding of Palestinian Liberation Organization, and found by the Arab League as the main representative body for Palestinian people. And after that, we mentioned like 1974, when the United Nations recognized the PLO as a sole legitimate representative of Palestinian people. Okay, the most turning point is 1988 Declaration of the State of Palestine. This is a transferred decade of resistance into a formal diplomatic claims to statehood, and actually it comes after Intifada. Okay. I actually mentioned this. Okay. I mentioned the 1988 and Oslo as well, a turning point, except I'm with or without, and many critical to the Oslo, but it's still a turning point for Palestinian history. The most turning point actually in 2012, when the Palestinian diplomatic offered Palestinians go to the United Nations General Assembly and they have a Palestinian as non-member observer state in 2012. The recognition of 2012, it is come after Israel assault on Gaza in 2012, and Palestinians showed a steadfastness and resilience. Okay. I'm finished talking about the... Okay, wait a minute. Are you hearing me? I cannot see.
Yes, can you see the presentation?
Sorry?
Can you see the presentation? Yes, we are sharing with you.
Okay. I will talk about recognition of genocide now. Like I finished from recognition of a statehood. We will talk about recognition of genocide after denial. I will take Rwanda and an example. The delayed recognition of Rwanda illustrates that international acknowledgement often arrives only after the violence has occurred. In Rwanda, 1994, in just 10 days, extremist Hutu military systematically slaughtered an estimate 800,000 Tutsi and moderate Hutu. Civilians were deliberately targeted through hate propaganda. Neighbors on neighbors, violence, and state coordination, leaving community utterly devastated. This failure set a troubling precedent for subsequent crises, including Gaza, where similar mechanism, political hesitation, denial, and geopolitical calculation continue to undermine the moral foundation of never again promise. And never again promise, we know it's come after Holocaust, that they mean they will not let any genocide happen again. Only after killing ended did the ICTR, which is standing for International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda, recognized to reflect the light acknowledged shaped by shame than moral responsibility. Sorry. This one established by the United Nations in 1994 to prosecute those responsible for Rwanda genocide, including leader, military, personnel, and organizer of mass killing. And we see in this photo in 2016, this is a formal political who had publicity described Tutsis as cockroaches and called for their extermination, was sentenced to life imprisonment in Rwanda over 1994 genocide. If we come to see Gaza, there is a crisis like Rwanda, a crisis of denial. Despite several ongoing violence in Gaza, issue of international recognition and accountability remain unsolved. Although extensive evidence exists, major global powers avoid labeling the violence as genocide. Such delays show that acknowledgement is driven more by political interest, alliance, and geopolitical calculation than by humanitarian or legal realities. This lack of action has allowed the ongoing targeting of civilian journalists, media teams, and rescue workers, meeting legal criteria of genocide. And we can see that for denial and late recognition of genocide in 16 September 2025, like after how many months and year of genocide in Gaza, the UN Human Rights Council Independent Commission of Inquiry has complete extensive evidence documenting violation of international humanitarian and human rights law said that we conduct that the state of Israel is responsible for the commission of 4 genocide. Actually, this is 4 genocide in Gaza with the specific intent to destroy Palestinians in Gaza. As she said also, we also found that the Israeli President, Prime Minister, and former Defense Minister have incited the commission of genocide. It's come too late. We talk about similarity in genocide. If we look at the genocide in many countries before Gaza, they have similarities. They have one of the similarities is mass killing of civilian. Worldwide civilians have often been the primary target of deliberate organized violence rather than suffering as unintended or incidental casualties. In Rwanda, victims target through propaganda, neighbors on neighbors violence, and state coordination. Neighbors turn against neighbors, even at families. There are some recordings said that husband against wife if they are from another ethnic group, because in Rwanda there is 2 ethnic groups. It's a group. It's a civil war. In Gaza, like we said before, tens of thousands of civilian, including children, have been killed or injured. So it's the same thing, mass killing of civilian. You can imagine 8,875 killing, most of them children and women. So they're targeting civilian. The other thing is, the second similarity is dehumanization and hate propaganda. Dehumanization and hate propaganda have been instrumental in escalation of genocide across different contexts. Research indicates that dehumanization increases the risk of conflict and violence, increasing the risk of abuse therein, and make it harder to resolve conflict. At Rwanda, for example, there is radio station broadcast. There is not, they doesn't have like now, it's 1994. So the main station is the radio. They have the message said, search for cockroaches and ensure none were left, even playing music to encourage the military as they carrying out killing. And if you heard that, if we read this, it's come to our mind how the military soldier, Israel military soldier, posted on the social media while they are bombing hospital and houses, they giving it as a gift for their fiancé or wife or what else. They have dancing, they are singing. So it's the same dehumanization and hate propaganda. They in Rwanda, they encourage people to cut down the tall trees and refers to Tatsi. Once the agenda started, the station broadcast the name of the people, the names peoples, and the names where they are to be found. System of dehumanization. Immediately after October, sorry.
Madam Shaima.
Yes.
I think we are already over the time. So could you please try to finalize in 2 minutes?
Okay, I will say that most of them, like the similarity is the system. I'm sure all of them, like the researcher before me, mention the dehumanization, like what Prime Minister said, the struggle between children of light and children of darkness, between humanity and the law of jungle, and Lestra, and like they said, we are fighting human animals and are acting accordingly. The starving and displacement, always the same similarity between genocide everywhere. I will talk about the lesson and hope, inshallah, and raising from eggs. So the history of Rwanda shows that even the darkness episode of a human currently can be followed by recovery and resilience. Following the 1994 genocide, Rwanda rebuilt itself through education, gender equality, economic development, national unity, and justice and reconciliation. Technology, actually, in 2019, we can see that Rwanda launch of its first communication satellite symbolized Rwanda transformation from advanced nation to innovation. This, inshallah, this resilience offers a profound message for hope for Gaza that despite destruction and denial and a future rooted in justice, dignity, and reconstruction remains within reach, inshallah. The rebirth of nation once written off by the world stands as a living testament that even after genocide and devastation, a human can rebuild, remember, and rise again. And thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Shema. Well done, the presentation. Very interesting. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So by now, we conclude our day one for the International Conference on Palestine Studies, and we would like to thank everyone, all the presenters, scholars, speakers, and attendees. Thank you so much for making this happen. Before we end, I would like to mention that Sir Normah Hashim is providing and inviting everyone actually for a welcoming dinner tonight, inshallah, at Pavilion de Mansara Al-Halabi restaurant. So if you are able to join, please inform us to do the reservation at least before 6 p.m. Yes, please. Yes, brother.
Thanks to Professor Nazari to invite me, old friend. So there are two things that I find to portray what we have seen today. One is from Quran. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, وَيَمْكُرُونَ وَيَمْكُرُونَ وَاللَّهُ خَيْرُ الْمَاكِرِينَ. And another is from Malay tradition. Sepandai tupai akan jatuh ke lantai. Right, Professor? Sepandai tupai akan jatuh ke lantai. So, says means they plan, but Allah is the best planner. Yeah. And forward to that, with the Malay tradition word, that fox is so smart, but anytime he has to go on the floor, he has to go down. So this is what's happening, you see, because, okay, why talk? Because this is very shocking. And I witness photos and, immature babies in Palestine that soldiers already put in the 80s, end of the 80s. We're talking end of the 80s. I'm a teenager. They put, the cigarettes burn on the skin of these babies, immature babies. And the things that happy to see from the Tunisian academic is a silence, because what's happened before, people don't know what's happening because they can silence people by control. Nothing is allowed to go out, you see? But today, they do the tupai move, going on the floor with the impunity and showing their arrogance. So they gave free evidence, you see? Free evidence with Instagram, everything. So they thought we cannot pay the price. So this is actually showing also that they are above law of the world. So as said Professor, and this showing also how Palestinians are so tolerant. When they mention still the word Israel, you see, there should be a word to define this entity. because this is the worst thing that we ever be witnessed in humanity. And one ponders how so many evidence has been provided to us and is still on, because Rwanda was having a genocide, but we don't have so much evidence like this so fast. This one is coming on a daily basis, and the impunity is going on, and they are even laughing at us. See, so this is very shameful, you know, because I know these people since I'm born, but today we see the real face of the real color of this beast. And I don't know, I have learned that Arabic people, they have a way to make new words. There is an Institute of Arabic Word in Paris, and they can create new words. There should be an Arabic word to define this entity and to translate it in English, because I don't see any words that is available to qualify this. It's impossible. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, brother. Thank you so much. We end here. Thank you so much, everyone, for attending and for making this happen. Thank you so much once again. It is my pleasure. Thank you so much. Alhamdulillah.